Chapter 2499. The next item to be auctioned is pure topaz. Lu Xiansheng took a small box from the hands of a disciple and opened it in front of everyone, revealing the contents inside. He then said, "I don't need to introduce the uses of pure topaz. Everyone should know that pure jade is something that must be used to modify heaven-ranked divine weapons. This piece of pure topaz is not small. The starting price is 10 million, and each bid must not be less than 1 million. All right, let the auction begin." Lin Yi's eyes immediately lit up. Although Lu Xiansheng described the size of the pure topaz, in reality, the pure topaz was really not big. It was only the size of fist. However, the market price of this kind of pure topaz was already high. 10 million was really not a lot. Of course, the auction could not be completed with the starting price, especially in this kind of place. Before Lin Yi could even bid, someone had already bid 15 million. A cultivator raised the number plate in his hand and said directly. Lin Yi looked towards the direction of the voice. He did not expect it to be the heaven-rank cultivator who exchanged for the turtle spit ice crystal. After he went back, it was obvious that he wanted to modify weapons. At this time, it was reasonable to bid for pure topaz. It was not a rare thing. However, Lin Yi secretly regretted it. If he knew that this guy would interfere, it would be better to wait for the auction to end before exchanging with him. Before he obtained the turtle spit ice crystal, he might not be enthusiastic enough to bid for a piece of pure topaz. 20 million. Another voice sounded. It was actually Right Pangao. Lin Yi did not expect this pure topaz to be so popular. Even Right Pangao wanted it. 21 million. Another thin and tall cultivator bid, but the increment was not as fierce as the previous two. 25 million. The heaven-ranked cultivator bid again. 30 million. Right Pangao also raised his hand and bid. 31 million. The thin and tall cultivator hesitated for a moment and also bid. This pure topaz appreciated very quickly. It appreciated faster than the previous auction items. In the blink of an eye, it had already exceeded 30 million. From the looks of it, the price was still rising. Lu Xiansheng's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This situation was what he was most happy to see. The auction was not afraid of people bidding. What they were afraid of was no one bidding for the item. It was the same pure-colored jade. It had appeared in previous auctions, but sometimes it was sold at a low price of more than 10 million, which made Lu Xiansheng's heart bleed. After all, a piece of pure-colored jade could be sold for a similar price in the jewelry market, let alone a cultivator's auction. But this thing was just a coincidence. Lu Xiansheng also understood that when there was no one to buy it, no matter how good it wasn't money. When there was someone to buy it, even if it wasn't worth much, it was still money. 35 million. The heaven-ranked cultivator raised the price once again. 50 million. Yu Pangao looked impatiently at the heaven-ranked cultivator. Although he knew that this person was a heaven-ranked cultivator, in his opinion, how could an itinerant cultivator be a match for the Hidden Yu family? Therefore, Right Pangao directly threw out a high price of 50 million. When the Heaven Realm cultivator heard Pangao's bid, he seemed very angry. But he was a heaven-rank rogue cultivator. Although he didn't rely on any family or sect, he made a lot of money as a bodyguard for a wealthy merchant. Occasionally, he would also secretly accept some international bounty hunter missions, accumulating a considerable amount of wealth. 60 million. The heaven-ranked cultivator called out his bid again. If it wasn't for the fact that he urgently needed jade to refine weapons, he wouldn't spend 60 million on these things. Wouldn't that be like having nowhere to spend his money? The tall and skinny man was stunned. He never thought that a pure yellow jade could be raised to a high price of 60 million. This was already beyond the limit of what he could bear. Therefore, he shook his head and put down the sign in his hand. He gave up the bid. But Pangao was unwilling to give up. He didn't know what other people would use this pure yellow jade for, but he was determined to get it, because this was a mission given by Old Master Yu, and he heard that it seemed to be related to the Heavenly Elixir sect. 80 million. Pangao was furious. Why was this person fighting with him? Why couldn't he buy anything? Why did he have to fight with me for this thing? 100 million. The heaven-ranked cultivator was also anxious. It wasn't that he had to buy it, but the opportunity was here. If he gave up and went back to look for pure jade, it wouldn't be worth it. Therefore, he also called out a sky-high price. If he couldn't, he could only give up. After all, his strength wasn't as strong as the Hidden You family. 110 million. Pan Gao continued to raise the price. No matter what, he was determined to get this pure yellow jade. The heaven-ranked cultivator gave up unwillingly. He put the sign in his hand on the table and didn't continue to raise the price. Although Lu Xiansheng felt that it was a pity that no one continued to raise the price, it was rare for a pure yellow jade to be sold for more than 100 million. In the last auction, a pure purple jade was only sold for 32 million. It wasn't even a third of this time's price. 110 million going once. Lu Xiansheng began to call out the price. 120 million. Lin Yi raised the sign in his hand. This price had already exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's previous elixirs that were sold for nearly 300 million, he would still be left with more than 200 million after deducting the commission. Otherwise, Lin Yi wouldn't have the money to buy it. Ga. Pan Gao didn't expect that the heaven-ranked cultivator wouldn't come to compete with him. Instead, someone came out of nowhere and started to compete with him again. His face turned extremely ugly. He turned to look at Lin Yi, wanted to see if Lin Yi was hired by the auction. Lin Yi didn't bother with the Pan Gao on the right. He just sat there calmly after saying his price. 130 million. Pan Gao tried to test the waters, unwilling to give up. 131 million. Although Lin Yi had money, he couldn't spend it recklessly. Wouldn't it be better to give the extra money to use Xiaoka to develop the orphanage? Fuck. Pan Gao heard Lin Yi's bidding method and was instantly enraged. Who would increase the price like this? Was it fun? Although the minimum price increase could be 1 million, in reality, once the price of an item reached a certain level, no one would do that. It was equivalent to purposely making things difficult for others. 150 million. Yu Pan Gao glared at Lin Yi. 151 million. Lin Yi said faintly, but he was a little anxious in his heart. Although he made a lot of money from elixirs, money shouldn't be squandered like this. In the blink of an eye, it was already 150 million. Although the materials of this elixir belonged to House Yu, and it was self-produced and sold. There wasn't much cost, but it was basically a one-off business. It was impossible to expect to get more materials from House Yu. Chapter 2500. He was speechless. 180 million. This pure topaz belongs to the Hidden You family. Yu Pan raised his sign and looked at Lu Xiansheng. Yu Pan Gao's intention was clear. He wanted Lu Xiansheng to make the final decision as soon as possible. He called out 180 million. This was already giving the Cultivator Trading Association enough face. It suddenly increased from 150 million to nearly 30 million. Lu Xiansheng smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect to face these two people in the end. One was from the Hidden You family, and the other was the person who consigned the elixirs. He really didn't know how to choose. If it was any other time, he would give Yu Pan Gao face and make the final decision. But now, doing so was equivalent to offending a potential big supplier of the Cultivator Trading Association. Look, 181 million. Lin Yi frowned secretly. If this continued, he definitely wouldn't be Yu Pan Gao's opponent. The Hidden You family was rich. Kid, it seems that you are deliberately going against the Hidden You family? Yu Pan Gao was furious. He stood up and stared at Lin Yi fiercely. I have already said that this pure topaz belongs to the Hidden You family. What a joke, Lin Yi said coldly. The rule of the auction is that the highest bidder wins. I have never heard of anyone saying that this thing belongs to me and no one will compete. However, if you insist that I am going against the Hidden You family, then so be it. Yu Pan Gao glared at Lin Yi. His chest heaved up and down. After a while, he said to Lu Xiansheng, 200 million. Kid, if you know what's good for you, give this thing to me. 201 million. Lin Yi raised the sign with his right hand, but his left hand didn't stop. He directly flicked a small stone that he picked up from the ground and shot at Yu Pan Gao, who was not far away. This guy had raised the price to 200 million, and Lin Yi couldn't let him continue. If he did, he wouldn't have the money to pay. Therefore, after much consideration, He could only think of such a method, which was to seal the acupoint of the right pan gao. Lu Xiansheng wanted to make him temporarily speechless so that Lu Xiansheng could make the final decision. 2. Right pan gao wanted to continue bidding, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't speak. Although he was a cultivator, what he cultivated was the mental cultivation method of an alchemist. His vigilance was relatively poor. He did not expect that He would use a small stone to attack him, so he did not use his true qi to protect his body and was directly hit on his acupoint. He was speechless. Yu Penghao's mouth gaped open in shock, but he could not utter a single word. Mr. Lu, since Pan Gao has stopped bidding, can we drop the hammer now? He looked at Lu Xiansheng and asked. Although Lu Xiansheng found it strange that Pan Gao had stopped bidding with his mouth wide open, he still followed the rules of the auction and asked, 201 million going once. 201 million going twice, huh? Pan Gao wanted to speak, but he couldn't. It was very difficult. The vice president of Heaven Division looked at Pan Gao and frowned. However, he did it secretly, throwing the small stone at the same time he bid. At that time, everyone's attention was on him, so naturally, no one looked at Pan Gao, not even the vice president of Heaven Division. They didn't notice this detail. It wasn't that he didn't notice it, but that he didn't pay attention at all. He was only here to hold the fort. In his opinion, no one would cause trouble at the auction, so it was even more impossible for him to pay attention to everyone in the auction. Moreover, the acupoint was a legendary martial art technique. Most cultivators had only heard of it, but had never seen it before. They didn't know how to use it, so no one thought in this direction. 201 million going thrice sold. Lu Xiansheng raised the small hammer and knocked it down, finalizing the deal. Congratulations to the winner. After the auction ends, come to me to complete the procedures. Wait, I bid. Not long after Lu Xiansheng finished speaking, Pan Gao spoke again. I bid 210 million. You can't sell it to him. I'm sorry, I've already bid for it. He looked at Pan Gao mockingly and said, What were you doing earlier? I suddenly couldn't speak. Pan Gao also felt that this matter was a bit strange. Why did he suddenly lose his ability to speak? In fact, Yi's timing was impeccable, controlling the strength of the pressure point so that the right Pan Gao would be rendered speechless for a short period of time. When the time was over, the right Pan Gao would return to normal and it wouldn't draw too much suspicion. A gentleman can't blame himself. If you can't speak, who are you blaming? He glanced at Pan Gao, then turned his head and ignored him. Although the matter was a bit strange, Lu Xiansheng wanted the auction to proceed normally. He didn't have time to study Pan Gao's matter, so he directly moved on to the next treasure. Pan Gao, on the other hand, looked at Yi hatefully. It didn't matter what the reason was. It didn't matter if it was Yi's doing or not. This pure topaz was mine. I'll let you have it for a while, but it'll still end up in my hands in the end. I'll save a lot of money too. Pan Gao had already made up his mind to snatch it. He was prepared to wait for the auction to end, then let his grandfather do it. He wasn't very clear about what this pure topaz was used for. He only knew that this pure topaz was hidden, and the Pan Gao family was determined to get it. If anything went wrong, it would be hard for him and his grandfather to explain to the family. Especially after his grandfather had just carried out a mission and messed it up, they were even more eager to perform meritorious deeds to wash away the previous shame. Of course, the failure of the previous mission wasn't actually his grandfather's fault. The enemy was too strong, and his grandfather had no choice. After the hidden, Pan Gao family knew the reason. They didn't say anything, but his grandfather felt a little embarrassed. The mission of this auction was simple and easy. He thought that it would be completed smoothly, but who would have thought that there would be someone who interfered? In the following auctions, because there wasn't anything that Yi wanted, Yi didn't pay too much attention to it. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, the auction was over. Yi stood up and walked to the inner room at the back of the auction hall to settle the previously sold elixirs and purchased pure topaz. Most of the people at the auction didn't want to reveal their names and identities, especially when there were cultivators around. Therefore, other than a few people who swiped their cards, most people carried large suitcases with Swiss francs to carry out transactions. It seemed that this was a long-standing rule. The exchange rate of Swiss francs was relatively high, and the face value of banknotes was relatively large, so it was used as the currency used in the Cultivator Trading Association. Chapter 2507. School Bells Bodyguard Free Reading Chapter 2507. I am speechless. Update complete. Chapter 2501. Yang Qiqi's disappointment came from Lin. He walked up to Lu Xiansheng according to his number. HM, you have an auction item and an auction item. Should we settle it together? Lu Xiansheng looked at Lin Yi's number and asked. Let's settle it together, Lin Yi said. Okay. Lu Xiansheng nodded and started calculating. He was vague about the auction item, but he didn't say what Lin Yi was auctioning. No one would suspect anything. After all, there were so many things in this auction. Who knew what Lin Yi was auctioning? Lu Xiansheng calculated Lin Yi's bill and realized that he still owed Lin Yi 40 million. It was equivalent to 6 million Swiss francs, so he asked directly, do you want to transfer or cash? Cash, Lin Yi said. He didn't want to expose his real identity yet. The longer people found out about his elixir refining, the better. With the relationship between House Yu and the Cultivator Trade Association, it wouldn't be hard to get information about Lin Yi. So, Lin Yi tried not to leave any information related to himself, such as his bank account number. Although Lin Yi had an anonymous account abroad, Lin Yi had used it many times. If someone wanted to contact him, it wouldn't be hard to contact Lin Yi. Okay. Lu Xiansheng gave Lin Yi a piece of paper and the pure yellow jade that Lin Yi got from the auction. He said to Lin, go to the window over there and get the cash. Thank you. Lin Yi took the paper and put the pure yellow jade away carefully. He went to another window and passed the paper over. The disciple glanced at it and went to the inner room to prepare. After a while, he came back with a suitcase and gave it to Lin Yi. Sir, your money is here. You can count it. No need. After Lin Yi took the suitcase, he went straight to the door. The size of the suitcase was fixed. Even if it was only 10,000 Swiss francs, the Cultivator Trade Association would still use a large suitcase. This was also for the sake of secrecy. No one would be able to judge the amount of money inside from the size of the suitcase, and no one would be able to guess what the item was being auctioned. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to count the number on the spot. That would be tantamount to confessing. If someone added the price of the pure topaz from before, it wouldn't be difficult to imagine the total value of those pills. Moreover, Lin Yi did not believe that the Cultivator Trade Association would cheat in this aspect. Lu Xiansheng didn't say anything, but after the vice president of Heaven Division saw Lin Yi leave, his eyes flashed. He didn't tell Lu Xiansheng his plan. After all, although the Cultivator Trade Association was strong, it was an organization that emphasized fairness and justice. Lu Xiansheng was also a relatively decent person. Although his position wasn't as high as the vice president, he was the chief auctioneer and appraiser of the market square. His status in the Cultivator Trade Association was also aloof. Even if the vice president of Heaven Division didn't give him face, he couldn't do anything to him. He was a special talent of the Cultivator Trade Association. Even the president would be polite to him. What the vice president of Heaven Division wanted to do was against the morality of the Cultivator Trade Association. His disciple was killed after failing to ask for a bribe. It didn't make sense for him to take revenge. If this was known by the president, he would definitely not let it go easily. Especially if the other hostile vice president knew about it, he would lose a layer of skin. So the vice president didn't plan on telling Lu Xiansheng at all. After Lin Yi left, the vice president found an excuse and left the office. He had a plan to surround Lin Yi at the foot of the mountain. After Lin Yi left his seat, a lot of people prepared their positions. Yang Qiqi saw that the Heaven Division was about to leave. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly caught up and called out, "Senior, please wait." "Oh, it's you." The Heaven Division turned around and saw Yang Qiqi. He still had an impression of Yang Qiqi. She was the girl who wanted to trade the blue crystal for the blood of an Earth Element Sky class spirit beast. Senior, my blue crystal. I don't have it on me right now, but don't worry, I'll get it as soon as I get home and trade it with you. Please don't give it to anyone else. I beg you. Yang Chi-Chi said sincerely. Lin Yi had taken the blue crystal, but Chi-Chi knew that there would be another blue crystal up for sale in the upcoming auction abroad. She'd go all out to get another blue crystal and bring it back to trade with the Sky class. Haha, I'm sorry, little girl, but I've already traded the blood away, the Sky class practitioner said to Chi-Chi. So, I can't trade with you anymore. What? Chi-Chi paled upon hearing the Sky class practitioner's words. It's already been traded? How is that possible? How could this be? Last night, someone brought something I needed and traded it with me. I couldn't refuse. The Heaven Division said, so little girl, there's nothing I can do. Where'd he trade with you? Yang Chi-Chi asked. It's what I need, something from a water element heaven class. The Heaven Division said. Then, can you tell me who it was that traded the blood away? Chi-Chi had no choice but to ask for the next best thing. I can't tell you that. It's a personal secret. I can't reveal his identity without the person's permission. The Heaven Division shook his head. Wasn't it the person sitting beside you, fighting with Right Pan Gao for the Yellow Jade? But he couldn't say that already. Lin Yi and Yang Chi-Chi looked like they knew each other, and they were even sitting together. But the more it was like that, the weirder the Heaven Division felt. The two were sitting together, and Lin Yi hadn't told Yang Chi-Chi the truth. Wasn't that hiding something? And so, the Heaven Division wouldn't be the bad guy and reveal things like that. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Lin Yi for giving him what he needed, and even beating Pan Gao in the competition for the pure topaz, allowing him to vent some of his frustrations. Because Lin Yi had entered the competition later, the Heaven Division had already given up. He didn't hate Lin Yi at all. I see. Yang Chi-Chi knew that she was forcing the Heaven Division. All right, little girl, I'll be leaving now. The Heaven Division turned around and left the auction house. Chapter 25:08 The Campus Belle's Bodyguard is free. Yang Chi-Chi's disappointment update was complete. Chapter 25:02 Your Lenny? From Chi-Chi looked at the back view of the man leaving, filled with sadness and regret. She couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her cheeks. She'd failed. She'd failed in the end. She couldn't get the blood. So what would happen to Lil Nine? Lin Yi walked out from the back of the auction house and saw Chi-Chi talking to the Sky class from afar. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Chi-Chi crying on the ground. This girl was an assassin. How could she be so weak, coming out to do a mission like that? Shaking his head, Lin Yi walked over to Chi-Chi quickly. Chi-Chi heard footsteps beside her and raised her head. It was Lin Yi, and she pouted before lowering her head again, crying even harder. This guy was so evil. He was here to watch the show, wasn't he? You still have the blue crystal? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yi had heard the conversation between Chi-Chi and the Sky class, and he was very interested in the fact that Chi-Chi still had the blue crystal. What does that have to do with you? You're not going to steal my blue crystal, are you? Chi-Chi thought that Lin Yi was going to steal her stuff again. She raised her head and glared at Lin Yi. Don't think that you can bully me just because you're strong. Wait until my dad comes back. He won't let you get away with this. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Chi-Chi's words. Was this a competition of fathers? What are you laughing at? I'm telling you, my dad's really strong. Even his disciple can beat you up half to death. Chi-Chi got even angrier at the sight of Lin Yi laughing. She warned Lin Yi fiercely. It's nothing. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly as he took out the blood from his pocket and put it in Chi-Chi's hand. This is... Chi-Chi stared at the bottle Lin Yi had given her in disbelief, her eyes wide as she raised her head. You don't always bite the hand that feeds you in the future. Lin Yi patted Chi-Chi's head. Looks like Mr. Donwa's story was for nothing. You really have a bad memory. Not everyone is as kind as me. Chi-Chi paused and raised her head, a strange look on her face. What do you mean? There was an idiot who saved an injured girl on the road. The girl lost too much blood and almost died. Then the idiot saved the girl. That girl wanted to kill that idiot for looking at her body. There was also an idiot who saw a young girl fail a mission in Bluetown. He helped the young girl, but the young girl still seemed to hold a grudge against him. After a while, the idiot went to participate in the Ice Palace's trial and encountered that young girl again. That young girl had been robbed of her treasures. Thus, the idiot helped the girl find many treasures of heaven and earth, helping her complete the task. But after a while, the girl tried to steal his blue crystal again. He told her about his encounters with Chi-Chi. Why you? You're that Lenny? Chi-Chi's shocked face got even more colorful after hearing Lin Yi's words. She stared at Lin Yi, speechless. She didn't understand what was going on. She never would have thought that this person would be her savior. All right, go back early. This is my phone number. Call me if there's any news about the blue crystal. Lin Yi gave Chi-Chi a piece of paper. Of course, you can come to me for revenge, but not today. Leave as soon as possible. Someone's looking for trouble. Someone's looking for trouble? Are you okay? Do you need my help? Chi-Chi asked subconsciously. The person in front of her was Lin Yi, and this kind of change changed Chi-Chi's heart as well. Chi-Chi's sudden change made Lin Yi speechless. Was this girl suddenly caring about him? Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. Just take care of yourself. Chi-Chi felt a little worried all of a sudden. She didn't know why, but the hatred she had for Lin Yi was gone all of a sudden. Could it be that she was starting to like him? That couldn't be, right? She loved brother Xiao Yi unwaveringly. How could she fall in love with someone else? That was impossible, absolutely impossible. Yes, he must have given her the blood of an Earth Element Sky-class spirit beast, and she let him go because he could save Lil Nine. That had to be it. I'm leaving. Lin Yi didn't linger. He realized that Han Xiaopa seemed to be in trouble as well. This trouble came from the hidden house Yu, Pan Gao. He was pointing at Han Xiaopa and Xiaoka with an arrogant face. Who was that person sitting with you? Don't tell me you don't know him. Tell me, and I'll only look for trouble with him. I won't do anything to you. You guessed right. We really don't know him. Han Xiaopa had been with Lin Yi for a while now, and his temperament had changed. He was no longer the weak and cautious Han Xiaopa of the hidden house Yu. Although the hidden house Yu couldn't be compared to the hidden house Yu. As long as Lin Yi was on their side, the hidden house Yu wouldn't dare do anything to them. Pan Gao raged. He didn't think that this person would be this ignorant, rebutting him. Do you know who I am? I do. Aren't you called Pan Gao? Mr. Liu has said it many times. You're from the hidden house Yu. Han Xiaopa said faintly. Since you know I'm from the hidden house Yu, why are you going against me? Pan Gao raged. So what if I'm right? I'm not afraid to tell you that you're no match for me. Han Xiaopa was someone who only knew how to make pills. It was a piece of cake for him to beat Pan Gao. Who are you? Pan Gao was both shocked and angry. All right, aren't you looking for me? What are you yelling for? I didn't run away. I just want to get the pure topaz. Lin Yi patted Pan Gao's shoulder and said faintly. Pan Gao was still angry, but he jumped when Lin Yi suddenly patted him from behind. He went to find Han Xiaopa and Xiaoka because he was afraid that Lin Yi would run away. But now that Lin Yi was back, he didn't need to find anyone else. He turned to face Lin Yi. Why did you pat me? Do you know who I am? Chapter 2503. Do you have amnesia? He just told you that you are the hidden house Yu's right Pan Gao, and you turn around and forgot? With your IQ, don't run around on the streets. You'll get lost again. Lin Yi looked at right Pan Gao mockingly. Kid, who doesn't know how to talk fast? I just want to ask you one question. The hidden house Yu is determined to get the pure topaz. Are you going to let it go or not? Right Pan Gao asked. If you wanted to let it go, I would have let you have it just now. Lin Yi said, all right, if this is what you want, you can leave. Good, very good. I'll remember you. Right Pan Gao nodded and smiled instead of being angry. I want to see how long you can keep the pure topaz in your hands. With that, Right Pan Gao didn't wait for Lin Yi's reply. He turned around and left, quickly disappearing from Lin Yi's sight. However, Lin Yi knew that Right Pan Gao didn't really leave just like that. He probably asked his grandfather to think of a way to deal with him secretly. Lin Yi passed the box to Yu Xiaoka and said, "This is for you." "Ah, for me?" Yu Xiaoka was stunned. "In, you and Han Xiaopa go down the mountain first. Wait for me at the parking lot." Lin Yi told Yu Xiaoka and Han Xiaopa. There were many people at the parking lot at the bottom of the mountain. It was relatively safer there. As long as they didn't initiate a conversation with strangers, there wouldn't be any problems. Han Xiaopa's expression changed slightly. He thought of something and said, "Boss, that right Pang Gao, and don't worry." Lin Yi waved his hand. He didn't want Han Xiaopa and Yu Xiaoka to worry. Even if he told them the truth, they wouldn't be able to help much with their strength. So, Lin Yi decided to take it on himself. To be honest, Lin Yi was not afraid of the enemies from the Hidden Yu family. Lin Yi was afraid of the vice president of Heaven's stage. He was an expert at the peak of the early phase of the Heaven rank, and it seemed that he was slightly stronger than the average Heaven rank expert. Lin Yi wasn't sure if he could deal with him. After all, Lin Yi's current martial skills could be used for sneak attacks, but it was a head-on confrontation. Lin Yi did not have any advantage. "All right, we'll be leaving first." Han Xiaopa nodded. "Then, be careful." Xiaoka looked at Lin Yi worriedly and suddenly leaned forward bravely, kissing Lin Yi's lips. Lin Yi was startled. Yu Xiaoka's sudden action made his heart skip a beat. Although both of them were masked, there was no skin contact. However, Lin Yi had never experienced his heart beating like an electric current before. At this moment, Lin Yi realized that Xiaoka had occupied a large place in his heart without him realizing it. "I'll wait for you." Xiaoka was brave, but she couldn't let go in front of Han Xiaopa. It was already amazing that she could do this, and it showed how much she liked the male thief. She quickly separated after kissing Lin Yi. Her eyes were filled with shyness as she said to Lin Yi, "Okay, I will." Lin Yi said solemnly. Not far away, Yang Qiqi was still paying attention to Lin Yi's movements. She didn't know why, but for some reason, she felt a wave of discomfort when she saw Xiaoka taking the initiative to kiss her. How shameless, taking the initiative to kiss a man. It was too embarrassing, Yang Qiqi only cared about cursing Xiaoka. She didn't notice the road under her feet and stepped on a stone. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing that everyone was looking at her strangely, Yang Qiqi snorted and left quickly. Practitioners could stagger when they fell. How stupid would a cultivator be? Lin Yi watched as Han Xiaopa and Xiaoka left the market and went to the parking lot not far away. A cold smile appeared on his face as he turned and walked in another direction. This direction wasn't the market, and it wasn't the way to leave either. It was another path up the mountain. This road was obviously not a regular road, but a rugged natural path that was very difficult to walk. It was in the opposite direction of the cultivator's market. In the cultivator's market, the vice president of Heaven rank was sitting in a courtyard, and the other person was his disappointing disciple, Skinny Stick. "Master, are we just going to let that kid leave like this? He doesn't just have blue crystals, he also has yellow jade," Skinny said anxiously. "Don't worry." The vice president smiled faintly and waved his hand at the skinny man. "It's impossible for him to leave. Where can he go?" "Don't worry, my eyes have been watching him." Not only did he not leave, but he went to another mountain path. I don't know if he knows something or is doing it on purpose. Mountain path? Isn't that the herb plantation of our cultivator trade association? He went up. Skinny's face changed. "So I don't know what he's doing up there." The vice chairman said, "But don't worry, if we don't do it, someone will do it for us." "Master, you mean?" Skinny asked carefully. "Can he go back safely after offending the Hidden House Yu? You don't have to think about the yellow jade. The Hidden House Yu is determined to get it. There's no point in us snatching it back. Although it was auctioned for more than 200 million this time, it might not be the same price the next time. Tens of millions at most. We don't need to offend the Hidden House Yu for such a thing." The vice chairman said, "Our goal this time is the blue crystal." "Oh, master, you mean to let the Hidden House Yu make the first move?" The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "We'll wait until they're almost done before we make our move." Skinny understood what his master meant. "Yes, that's it." The vice chairman nodded. "But that kid is just a peak Earth-class mid-stage master. Is there a need to do this? If we work together with the hidden house maybe we can get more benefits? Skinny asked in confusion. Just peak Earth class mid-stage? If it's just that, how did he cripple your brothers and almost kill them? The vice chairman sneered and said, don't you need to use your brain to think about it? Skinny finally remembered why they were looking for Lin Yi. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, how could a peak Earth class mid-stage master so easily kill a peak Earth class late-stage master? Either Lin Yi was able to fight someone stronger than him, or he was hiding his true strength. One had to know that even a Sky class early phase couldn't kill an Earth class late phase peak with just one move. It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 2504. As a bodyguard. Let's go, it's about time. The hidden house of you should be on the move. We should get ready to go. The vice leader stood up. The vice leader was right. When Yu Pangao returned to the hotel room and told the short man everything that had happened, the short man was furious. The pure topaz was something that old man Yu had personally ordered him to get. Now that it was stolen, he wouldn't let it go, especially when Yu Pangao exaggerated about how arrogant Lin Yi was and how he didn't care about the hidden house of Yu. This made the short man even angrier, and he brought Yu Pangao out. Kid, you're quite good at choosing your route. Yu Pangao caught up to Lin Yi and looked at Lin Yi's back from afar. He laughed coldly. Don't think that we won't be able to find you just because you went up the mountain. I've said it before. Let's see how long you can keep the pure topaz in your hands. Lin Yi's path was indeed out of Yu Pangao's and the short man's expectations. But with the help of some people in the Cultivator Trade Association, they were able to find him without a hitch. In fact, the vice leader was using them as pawns to test the waters. Lin Yi could easily kill an Earth class late phase peak master, so his true strength was at least at the early phase of Sky class. If that was the case, then they would let an early phase Sky class master test it out and see how deep Lin Yi's strength was. Lin Yi laughed coldly and turned his head. He looked at Yu Pangao and the short man with a mocking smile and said calmly, do you know why I chose this path? Isn't it simple? Because you were afraid that we would come to steal the pure topaz and wanted to escape, so you purposely chose this remote place. But you won't be able to hide, Yu Pangao said proudly. Wrong, Lin Yi said calmly. Wrong? Don't quibble, there's no one here. You don't need to keep your pitiful pride. Your companion already ran for her life. Haha, stop pretending, Yu Pangao said mockingly. I chose this place because there aren't many people here. It doesn't matter if my identity is exposed. Lin Yi waved his hand and said to Yu Pangao, the hidden house of Yu is really an idiot. You are the same. Yu Pangao is the same. You have a sharp tongue, and you're still so stubborn even at death. Pangao snorted. Exposed? What identity do you have to be exposed? I say, short robber, your injuries healed quite quickly, didn't they? Looks like I didn't put too much force into that slap back then. You're still alive and kicking, looking for trouble. Lin Yi ignored Pangao. Instead, he looked at the short expert not far away and said coldly, Ah. The short expert was taken aback, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. You or so the people from the Hidden Right family are all idiots. You brought your grandson to chase after me to your death? Lin Yi said as he looked at the short expert playfully. Brat, who are you calling courting death? Right Pangao didn't recognize Lin Yi, so he didn't understand the situation. When he heard Lin Yi say that he was courting death, he instantly exploded. Pa! However, Yu Pangao had not finished speaking. The short expert ruthlessly slapped him across the face. Little bastard, shut up. Grandfather. Right Pangao didn't know what was going on. He didn't know why his grandfather suddenly gave him a slap. Feeling wronged, he asked, what's wrong with me? Mr. Lin, I was just joking. The short expert was sweating profusely. He was a heaven rank expert, so he was very domineering. However, he could also distinguish between the strong and the weak. The combination of him and Right Pangao was far worse than the combination of him and the tall robber. Lin Yi could easily kill the previous combination. Wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand to kill him and his grandson? So, after understanding the situation, the short expert decisively gave in. Joke? You brought your grandson all the way here just to joke? Lin, he stared at the short expert angrily. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Actually, my real purpose was to prevent Mr. Lin from carrying such a precious thing like the pure topaz. What if you meet a robber on the way? So, my grandson and I volunteered to be his bodyguards. The short expert said, that's right. The short expert said, oh, that's it. Oh, you came to be a bodyguard. All right, you guys hide first. Someone's coming. Lin, he waved his hand. Someone's coming? Then we'll leave first. The short expert hurriedly said, aren't you guys going to be my bodyguards? Why are you leaving? Could it be that you're not here to be bodyguards? Lenny looked at the short expert and said coldly, this, of course, we're here to be bodyguards. The short expert was shocked and quickly said, he was afraid that Lin, he would kill him. He quickly bid on the point of being a bodyguard. Since you're here to be bodyguards, then that's good. You guys hide first. Wait for my summons to protect me. Lin, he instructed them. This? Yes. The short expert nodded helplessly. He pulled right Pan Gao and hid behind a huge rock not far away. However, he didn't dare to run away. He was afraid that this was a trap set by Lin Yi. If they ran away, Lin Yi would quickly kill them. Grandfather, why did you call him Mr. Lin? Who is he? After hiding behind the huge rock, Right Pan Gao asked suspiciously. Who is he? How did your grandfather get injured? How did your grandfather Gao die? That's who he is. The short expert glared at his grandson and said fiercely, today, I almost died because of you. This brat is very cruel and ruthless. He's simply a violent maniac. Last time when your grandfather Gao and I were robbers, he didn't say a word and injured us. Today, he might have been in a good mood after taking a picture of pure topaz. That's why he let us go. It's him. Right Pan Gao's face turned ashen. He broke out in a cold sweat. So was this evil star. He was fearlessly acting tough in front of him and courting death. His life was really hanging by a thread. All right, don't talk anymore. It seems like someone is really coming. The short expert was slightly surprised. He was a heaven stage expert, but Lin Yi was one step ahead of him. What kind of expert was Lin Yi? In fact, he was thinking too much. Previously, he was frightened by Lin Yi and didn't carefully investigate the surrounding situation. Lin Yi had already expected that other than the hidden Yu family members, the Heaven Stage Vice President would also come. Naturally, he was more careful than the short expert. The Heaven Stage Vice President brought the skinny stick to Lin Yi's side. Only then did he realize that Lin Yi was just standing there, calm and unruffled in the midst of the chaos. Chapter 2511. The School Bell's Bodyguard, Free Reading _ Chapter 2511. Come and be a bodyguard update complete. Chapter 2505. This situation made him slightly startled. What was Lin Yi doing? Why didn't the hidden house of Yu come looking for him? That's not right. I specifically ordered the disciples of the law enforcement hall to inadvertently give them a hint when they were looking for Lin Yi. That way, they would be able to find Lin Yi smoothly. But where was this person? Hello, Vice President. Is this skinny man your subordinate? Lin Yi was a little surprised after seeing the skinny man. He did expect the Vice President to come back to avenge the two gatekeepers, but he didn't expect it to be because of this skinny man. No wonder. Lin Yi finally understood after seeing the skinny man. So the two gatekeepers were actually standing up for this skinny man. It was just that they weren't strong enough. Lin Yi found it strange at first. The two gatekeepers must have taken the wrong medicine. He was an Earth-class peak mid-stage master. Of all people, the gatekeepers could have looked for trouble, but they just had to look for him. They must have eaten their fill. Since you've seen me here, there's no need for me to hide anymore. That's right, he's my disciple. You stole his blue crystal and crippled two of my disciples. How are you going to settle this debt? The vice leader looked at Lin Yi coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man. How? Do I still need to settle this? Lin Yi smiled faintly. scrawny disciple, bullied people first, and I was just helping them out. The two disciples after you, on the other hand, were crippled because they weren't strong enough. Who can you blame? Oh, what you said is correct. Then can I interpret it as saying that if I kill you now, who can you blame for your lack of strength? The vice leader was clearly twisting words and forcing logic, but his words sounded extremely natural. Of course, you can understand it that way, Lin Yi said lightly. But do you think I'm waiting here to die? Then you. The vice president was slightly shocked. To be honest, he was also quite surprised. Lin Yi was inexplicably standing here without hiding. What was the reason? Moreover, where were the people of the Hidden Right family? Bodyguards come out and work. Someone's bullying the person you're protecting. Lin Yi turned his head to look at the short expert and the boulder to his right. A cough, cough. The short expert had no choice but to bring his right arm out. His expression was extremely ugly, but there was nothing he could do. He was in a dilemma. He had no choice but to come out, but he didn't want to face the vice leader of the Heaven rank after coming out. Third brother the right, why are you here? The vice president of Heaven stage looked at the two Hidden You family members who came out from behind the boulder in shock. He was very surprised. How did these two people become Lin Yi's bodyguards? That's right, we're this gentleman's bodyguards. The short expert said helplessly, we're here to protect this gentleman's safety, Mr. Vice President. What can I do for you? The short expert's words were very clear. He was currently being forced into a corner. If the short expert wanted to cause trouble for Lin Yi, then he would have no choice. I'm also in a difficult position here. The vice president of Heaven stage frowned. He really couldn't figure out the truth of the matter. He could only say, third brother the right. What do you mean? Did you get your pure topaz? Pure topaz? We don't want it. We're here to protect this gentleman's pure topaz from being stolen by others. The short expert said. You, the vice president of Heaven stage, found that things seemed to be wrong. Although he was an expert at the peak of the early stage of Heaven stage, and third brother of the right was an expert at the early stage of Heaven stage, there was only a slight difference in strength between the two. It was unrealistic to say that the vice president of Heaven stage could completely suppress third brother of the right. He didn't have that ability, let alone easily kill him. If the two really fought, it would be easy to judge who would win and who would lose. The final winner would definitely be the vice president of Heaven stage, but he would also have to put in a lot of effort. He might even get injured, which was not what he wanted to see. I'm sorry, the short expert said helplessly. Grandpa, why don't we join forces with the vice president? Can't we beat that kid? Third brother of the right was somewhat unwilling. He suddenly said, first, he wanted to remind his grandpa that there were two Heaven stage experts here, so there was no need to be afraid of Lin Yi. Second, he wanted to remind the vice president of Heaven stage that he was forced to do this. He also wanted the vice president of Heaven stage to persuade his grandpa. Sure enough, the vice guild master's eyes lit up. He finally understood why House Yu changed sides at the last minute. It turned out that they couldn't beat Lin Yi, but a Sky-class early-stage master couldn't even be a match for an Earth-class mid-stage peak master. Was this for real? Wasn't this world too crazy? The short expert's expression was slightly sluggish. It wasn't that he didn't think of joining forces with the vice president of Heaven stage, but the risk was too big. What, they still couldn't beat Lin Yi? He wasn't High Tripod Right. No matter what, High Tripod Right had never experienced the events of that day. However, the short expert had truly suffered a palm strike, and he knew very well how powerful that palm strike was. Not to mention much, just 2 strikes from it would have killed him without a doubt. Therefore, if Lin Yi used the same trick again and slapped him and the vice president of Heaven stage, then he and the vice president of Heaven stage would both be crippled. He didn't think that the vice president of Heaven stage, who was just a bit stronger than him, would be able to survive. That wasn't realistic. Even if the vice president of Heaven stage wasn't injured as badly as he was, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight. At that time, wouldn't it be as easy for Lin Yi to kill third brother of the Right clan and Skinny Stick? After killing these two, he would give them another slap each, and all 4 of them would die here. Thinking of this situation, The short expert couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. He quickly dispelled this idea and suddenly turned around. He swung his arm and slapped third brother of the right clan's face again. "You prodigal brat, what nonsense are you talking about? That hero is so powerful. How can we two mere heaven stage experts work together to defeat him? What do you know, you little bastard? The last time I was with your grandpa Gao, he was an Earth class late phase peak, and I was an Earth class early phase. He was killed in one slap, and I was crippled. I had to eat so many pills to recover. Have you forgotten?" The short expert's words were actually meant for the vice president of Heaven Stage to hear. That is, I was crippled by Lin Yi in one slap, and he only needed one slap to kill you. Although I know that I was pushed out by him to start a feud with you, I had no choice but to bite the bullet. So don't blame me, this wasn't my intention. Chapter 2506. If Lin Yi wanted to kill you, he would have already done it himself. Why would he need me? I'm being used as a tool. When we become enemies, the Hidden Right family and the Cultivator Trading Association will become enemies. He will be happy, but the shorty was thinking too much. Lin Yi didn't think that way at all. It was true that Lin Yi could cripple him with one palm, but that was under the condition of a surprise attack. If the short master had chi protection, then he would not be able to kill him. Moreover, Lin Yi could only send out 2 palms before using up all his physical chi. It was impossible to continuously activate the 7th style of the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm. Therefore, Lin Yi did not have the confidence to deal with the vice president of Heaven Division. He could only deal with it and escape. It was just that Lin Yi did not want the vice president of Heaven Division to know that he was afraid. After all, he could not hide forever. He had to intimidate the vice president of Heaven Division and make him afraid. Lin Yi still had to participate in the market and trade fairs in the future. He could not afford to have too much hatred with the Cultivator Trading Association. If the vice president of Heaven Division was afraid and let it go, that would be the best result. The words of the short master were like thunder in the ears of the vice president of Heaven Division. It was so shocking that he could not believe it was true. Could it be that Lin Yi, a peak Earth-class master, really had the ability to beat the third brother of the right and himself? However, the vice president of Heaven Division knew that the third brother of the right would not lie. After all, the third brother of the right was a dignified Heaven Division master. How could he tell such a lie? That was a joke with his own reputation. A dignified Heaven Division master was afraid of a peak Earth-class master? If this was spread out, it would be a big joke. If it was not true and he was forced to do so, the third brother of the right would never say it. With that in mind, the vice president couldn't help but reevaluate Lin Yi. Thinking back to how easily Lin Yi had crippled 2 of his disciples, and how he was able to fight someone of a higher level than him, the vice president finally realized that his thinking was too simple. This Earth-class mid-phase peak in front of him was a different kind of Earth-class mid-phase peak. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. If Lin Yi was really so powerful, it would be better for him and third brother of the right to kill him directly. Why did he adopt this kind of tactic? Make the hidden Yu family his enemy? Since the whole story had already been revealed, how could they still be enemies? After taking a deep breath and doing his best to calm himself down, the vice leader raised his head and looked at Lin Yi. How should I address you? I have to admit that I've underestimated your strength. My surname is Ling. Lin Yi said lightly. Mr. Ling, do you really have the strength to annihilate us? The vice guild leader hesitated for a moment. He asked straightforwardly. Why don't I use you as an experiment? Stand here and let me hit you. You can personally experience it and see if I have the ability to destroy you fellows. Lin Yi said with a chuckle. Huh. Mr. Ling must be joking. How could the vice president of Heaven Rank agree to this suggestion? If he hadn't heard third brother of the right's words, and if Lin Yi hadn't crippled 2 of his disciples before, he might have really agreed to this proposal. However, he didn't dare to try it now, even if he was beaten to death. Even if he didn't believe it, third brother of the right was not a fool. Lin Yi didn't have that kind of strength. Could he surrender? Even when his grandson, Yu Pan Gao, proposed to join forces with him to deal with Lin Yi, he was flatly rejected by third brother of the right. He even slapped third brother of the right's grandson. This seemed unbelievable, but after thinking about it carefully, there was a truth in it. Lin Yi was really not simple. "I'm not joking," Lin Yi said lightly. "Well, Mr. Ling, since we've already made the grievances between us clear, then I'll be straightforward with you. I want to ask you, why don't you do it yourself, but let third brother the right do it? Do you really want the hidden right family to become enemies with us?" The vice president of Heaven Rank asked the doubt in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong. "Of course not." Lin Yi shook his head. "I don't want to do it myself because I can't control my strength well. Once I make a move, you'll be crippled even if you don't die. I'll let third brother of the right do it because I want to resolve the conflict between us smoothly." "Resolve it smoothly? Don't you want to do it?" The vice president of Heaven Rank was stunned and asked, "You're the vice president of the Cultivator Trading Association. You're different from the two small characters who guarded the door before. If I kill you, regardless of whether I have a reason or not, the Cultivator Trading Association will be slapped in the face. Won't your president avenge you?" Lin Yi asked in reply. "Although I'm powerful and can fight enemies of a higher level, if the Cultivator Trading Association gets a few higher-level Heaven Rank masters, then I'm definitely no match for them." "That's true." The vice president of Heaven Rank nodded and agreed with Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi was right. He was the vice president. His identity and status were completely different from the previous two gatekeeping disciples. If the gatekeeping disciples died, then so be it. Other than him, the master, no one would avenge them. However, if he, the vice president, died, then it would be unusual. Even the other vice president who had conflicts with him in the past would come forward to avenge him. In the past, those were just personal grievances. Now, they had to work together to protect the reputation of the Cultivator Trading Association. Moreover, the most important thing is that I still have to deal with you in the future. If there's a feud, it won't be good for me, said Lin Yi. When the vice president of Heaven Rank thought of Lin Yi's auction of the elixir, his heart moved slightly. He believed Lin Yi's words. However, after all, he did not personally experience Lin Yi's power like third brother of the right. So, he still asked, "How can you prove that you have the ability to kill us?" "As long as you have the ability to prove that your strength is equivalent to mine, I won't pursue the previous matter. I will resolve the grievances with you and become friends. You should understand that in the world of cultivators, the strong are respected. If you have the strength, then I will talk to you as an equal." "Then, how do you want me to prove it?" Lin Yi kicked the question back to the vice president of Heaven Rank. The vice president of Heaven Rank frowned. He was also thinking about how Lin Yi would prove this point. Fighting against an enemy of a higher level was not something that could be seen just by using the mantra. No matter how Lin Yi displayed his strength, he would still be at the peak of mid-earth class. While the vice president of Heaven Rank was thinking, the skinny man beside him was anxious. From what his master said, it seemed like he wanted to take the initiative to ask for peace. That wouldn't do. Wouldn't his brothers have died in vain? Chapter 25:07. Thus the skinny man hurriedly shouted, "Master, don't listen to this brat's bullshit. No matter how powerful he is, he can't beat a Heaven Stage Master. How could there be a precedent of an Earth Stage Master beating a Heaven Stage Master? It's unheard of. I think he must have promised the Hidden You family some benefits, so that the Hidden You family would help him lie." These words made the vice president of Heaven Stage even more suspicious. However, before he could speak, the skinny man's words stopped abruptly and was replaced by a scream. "Frenzy 8 trigrams, palm 7th form." Lin Yi said to Lin Yi as he struck the skinny man with his palm. This person would always be a scourge if he didn't get rid of him. Even if the vice president of Heaven Stage resolved today's matter, this guy would still bewitch the vice president of Heaven Stage or other people to deal with Lin Yi in the future. Therefore, this person must not be left alive. Boom! A large hole appeared in the skinny man's chest. Lin Yi's palm had pierced through his chest. His body fell heavily on the ground and died instantly. You? The vice president of Heaven's stage was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Yi to suddenly attack. However, just as he said the word you, he was shocked by the aura of Lin Yi's palm. His eyes widened, and he couldn't speak. Didn't you want me to prove it? I've already proven it. Lin Yi said lightly, as if killing the skinny man was just to prove his strength. The 13th style of the Heaven Rank Martial Technique. The vice president of the Heaven Rank Martial Technique sucked in a breath of cold air after a long while. He exclaimed, "Not bad. You do have the strength to fight with me. Furthermore, if this palm hit me, I'm afraid that I would suffer quite a bit of injury. I believe that you are indeed qualified to speak with me on equal terms." Pan Gao was also dumbfounded. He also felt the power of Lin Yi's martial technique. He was so scared that his face turned ashen. He had tried to sow discord just now, but now he was regretting it. If he knew that Lin Yi was so powerful, why was he so talkative? But Lin Yi wasn't angry at him. On the contrary, he felt that this guy's big mouth had its benefits. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have ended so easily. Lin Yi also wanted to reveal what he had said to the vice leader of the Heaven Rank, but there was no need for Lin Yi to waste his breath. On the other hand, the short expert, third brother of the right, was smiling bitterly as he looked at the vice president of Heaven Rank. He spread his hands and said, "Vice President, now you know my difficulties, right? He can indeed easily cripple me. The power of that palm is equivalent to a peak early stage Heaven Rank powerhouse. I have no choice but to do this." "I understand." The vice president of Heaven Rank nodded and said, "Mr. Ling, I apologize for offending you in the past. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly, but I will stand up for him. Don't take it to heart. After all, the cultivation world is cruel. I understand. If I didn't have the strength, I wouldn't have been able to do so. I'm afraid I'm a corpse now. I won't allow third old you to compromise here." Lin Yi smiled and said faintly, "It's good that you understand." The vice president also smiled. "It's easy to talk to smart people. I recognize you as a customer. This is my contact information. If there's anything in the future, you can contact me directly." As he said that, the vice president took out a business card made of pure gold. He threw it at Lin Yi. This kind of business card could not be owned by people of the same level of strength. The vice president giving it to Lin Yi was also an acknowledgement of Lin Yi. Of course, this action of throwing the business card was also a test and punishment for Lin Yi. The vice president used all his strength. Even if a Heaven Rank powerhouse took his business card head-on, it would be impossible for him to escape unscathed. It was inevitable that his hand would be injured. He would not be able to move for at least a month. He wanted to see if Lin Yi could take it head-on. If Lin Yi did not dare to take it head-on, it meant that Lin Yi's strength was still not enough. Even if he did not make trouble at the moment, he would value Lin Yi a little less. If Lin Yi took it head-on, he would naturally resolve today's grudge. However, Lin Yi's hand would definitely be crippled for a month. It could be considered a punishment for Lin Yi, who asked him to kill his 3 disciples. "Pa!" Lin Yi reached out and took the business card thrown by the vice president of Heaven Rank. However, the strength of the business card hit Lin Yi's palm, breaking all the bones in Lin Yi's palm and damaging his tendons to a certain extent. Lin Yi had long expected this situation, but in order not to let the vice president of Heaven Rank see him clearly, he still chose to take it head-on instead of dodging. However, the vice president of Heaven Rank was wrong about Lin Yi. After Lin Yi caught the business card, he quickly circulated the second level of the art of dragon mastery to quickly heal himself. Although the injury on his palm was serious, the area was very small. Compared to the injury Lin Yi suffered in the fight, it was insignificant. Therefore, Lin Yi's palm quickly recovered to its original state. Lin Yi raised his hand and played with the business card in his hand. His palm and fingers were extremely flexible, showing no signs of injury at all. "Oh, this business card is very valuable. It is made of pure gold. It seems that the vice president is really giving me face. I will definitely keep this business card well." Lin Yi smiled and stuffed the business card into his pocket. As for his hand, it seemed that he was trying to adjust the position of the business card in his pocket. This situation made the vice president of Heaven rank dumbfounded. He was fine. Lin Yi's hand was not injured at all. How is this possible? Even a peak early Heaven-class expert with the same strength as him couldn't protect their body with Qi, right? Even if a peak early Heaven-class expert used Qi to protect their body, they would more or less be affected. Even if the bones in the palm weren't completely broken, they would still be injured and unable to move freely, right? But Lin Yi seemed to be completely fine. Mr. Ling is indeed not an ordinary peak mid-Earth class expert. The vice president of Heaven rank sighed and said, I wonder which sect Mr. Ling is from? The strength of your sect's practitioners can't be measured by ordinary levels. Although Mr. Ling is currently peak mid-Earth class, in reality, whether it is the power of your martial arts or the defensive ability of your Qi protection, they all exceed the strength of a peak early Heaven class expert. This humble one admires you greatly. The vice president of Heaven rank asked himself that even his defensive ability was not as strong as Lin Yi's, and Lin Yi's martial arts power was stronger than his. Therefore, he directly addressed himself as this humble one and put Lin Yi in the position of a senior. Although Lin Yi's level was low, his strength was there. He didn't think that there was anything wrong with this. Yes, Senior Ling's strength is quite amazing. The third elder of the right also echoed. Although he didn't know why Lin Yi chose the Ling surname, he wouldn't expose him like a fool at this time. He didn't want to die yet. Chapter 25:08. Since everything is clear and the grievances are resolved, I will leave. Senior Ling, take care. The vice president of Heaven Division confirmed that Lin Yi was more powerful than him, so his tone became respectful. It couldn't be helped. The cultivation world was a very realistic place. Okay, vice president, take care. I won't send you off. Lin Yi nodded. See you. The vice president of Heaven Division picked up the skinny body and left quickly. He disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Lin Yi also turned his head and looked at third elder of the right and Pan Gao of the right. Will you two continue to be my bodyguards? Asked Lin Yi. This Senior Lin has divine protection. Naturally, you don't need small characters like us to protect you. Third elder of the right said awkwardly. He had changed the way he addressed Lin Yi from Mr. Lin to Senior Lin. Especially after seeing the power of Lin Yi's vital energy protection, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Lin Yi. Oh, what are you holding in your hand? Lin Yi pointed to the big suitcase in Pan Gao's hand and asked. This is money. It's the money from selling the elixir at the auction. Third elder of the right didn't dare to hide and told the truth. Oh, since you two don't protect me, shouldn't you compensate me for my loss? Give me the money. Although it's not much, I'm too lazy to beat you up, said Lin Yi. This is to be handed over to the Hidden Yu family. Third elder of the right said with a bitter face, If I give it to you, it'll be hard to explain when I go back. Oh, then you don't have to hand over the pure topaz to the Yu family? If I take away the pure topaz, how are you going to explain when you go back? Asked Lin Yi. I said that Senior Lin took it away. We can't do anything, said third elder of the right. That's it. Just say that I took the money away, said Lin Yi. Is that so? The third elder of the right was stunned. However, he thought that it was a good reason. Since the pure topaz had been taken away, the money from selling the elixirs would not be a problem. Why? Can't I? Lin Yi looked at the third right coldly. Yes, of course. You Pan Gao, give all the money to Senior Lin. The third elder of the right was shocked. He quickly agreed. All right. Yu Pan Gao did not dare to disobey the third brother of the right. He carefully handed the box to Lin Yi and said in a trembling voice, Senior Lin, please accept it. Oh, okay, then you can go. Lin Yi took the suitcase and waved his hand impatiently. All right, then we'll be leaving first. Senior Lin, take care. The third elder of the right breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had escaped a disaster. He hurriedly pulled Yu Pan Gao's hand and ran down the mountain. Lin Yi looked at the back of the third elder of the right as he left. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It would be a lie to say that Lin Yi was not nervous. Although Lin he had the ability to cripple the third elder of the right. It had to be based on the unexpected situation. The current situation was that Lin he could not completely succeed in a sneak attack. The third elder of the right was good, and the vice president of the heaven stage was on guard. If they really fought, Lin he would definitely be exposed. However, a few words and killing a skinny man had achieved a deterrent effect. The third elder of the right and the vice president of the heaven stage did not dare to act rashly. Instead, it allowed Lin Yi to easily resolve the crisis in front of him. After standing in place for a while, he did not hear any more movements. Lin Yi moved, but Lin Yi did not walk in the direction of the mountain. Instead, he continued to walk up the mountain. Lin Yi was going to make a detour before going down the mountain. It was to prevent anyone from waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. However, after walking for a while, Lin Yi was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw that all kinds of rare herbs were planted all over the mountains and plains. Although it could not be said to be at the level of heaven and earth treasure, they were all good materials for alchemy. At least, the materials for refining a lot of second-grade elixir could be found here. This discovery surprised and delighted Lin Yi. If he brought some back for Han Jingjing to refine elixir, wouldn't it be a good solution to the problem of ingredients for alchemy? However, very quickly, Lin Yi calmed down again. These herbs were good stuff. It was impossible for them to grow naturally on this mountain. Moreover, this was the place where the Cultivator Trading Association held a market. Then, the herbs that were planted on this mountain most likely belonged to the Cultivator Trading Association. Sure enough, Lin Yi did not stay here for more than a few minutes before two people ran towards him. They shouted as they ran, "Who are you?" Lin Yi took a look. It was actually two Earth-class late-stage peak cultivators. Moreover, the clothes they were wearing were exactly the same as the disciples of the Cultivator Trading Association's law enforcement hall. From this characteristic, it could confirm Lin Yi's previous guess. This was really the Cultivator Trading Association's territory. "You guys are from the Cultivator Trading Association?" To confirm his guess, Lin Yi still asked. "That's right, but don't try to get close to us. This is the Cultivator Trading Association's restricted area. Only the vice chairman and elders of the association can enter." One of the disciples looked at Lin Yi cautiously. "Who are you?" "Trespassing is a crime punishable by death. If you don't explain yourself, we can only bring you down the mountain to see the vice chairman." "Oh, I'm good friends with your vice chairman." Lin Yi smiled. "As for trespassing, it's not really trespassing. I can only say that it was a mistake." "Mistake?" "This place is so remote, and the road is hard to walk. It's a completely different direction from the market. Who are you trying to fool by saying that?" The disciple clearly did not believe him. "As for knowing the vice chairman, we've heard that a lot. You don't believe me? I still have his business card." Lin Yi did not want to clash with these two disciples. After all, the two guards were deliberately making things difficult for him, and these two were just abiding by their duties. Lin Yi himself had entered their herb garden by mistake. "Business card?" The disciple saw Lin Yi's hand reach into his pocket, but did not stop him. They were Earth-class late-phase peak, so naturally, they were not afraid of Lin Yi taking out a weapon. If Lin Yi was stronger than them, then he could kill them without a weapon. If he was weaker, then weapons would be useless. Lin Yi took out the name card made of pure gold and showed it in front of the two disciples of the law enforcement hall. It really is the vice chairman's business card, and it's a top-grade pure gold business card." These two law enforcement hall disciples were obviously knowledgeable people. They also knew that if it wasn't an important guest, the vice president wouldn't give out this kind of business card. Generally, it was good enough to give out a platinum-plated business card. Most of them were ordinary steel business cards. Chapter 2509. Happy Cooperation. "Wait a minute, I'll contact the vice president." Another law enforcement hall disciple said as he took out the walkie-talkie and pressed a few numbers on it. When it was connected, he said, "Hello, Vice President. I'm Lang Jinxiang, the team leader of the law enforcement hall in the herb garden. Here is a guest who accidentally trespassed. He has your gold business card in his hand. Do you want to let him go or escort him to your place?" "What? Gold business card? The vice president's heart suddenly tightened after hearing this. He immediately thought of Lin Yi on the mountain and quickly said, Don't annoy him. Let him go on his own. Remember, you must be respectful. Yes. The team leader of the law enforcement hall quickly responded. Give me the walkie-talkie. I want to talk to the vice president. Lin Yi suddenly said to the team leader. This. The team leader hesitated for a moment. Give it to him, the vice president ordered directly. Okay. The team leader quickly gave the walkie-talkie to Lin Yi. Mr. Ling, is that you? Huh. How did you break into our herb garden? The vice president's tone was very good, without the slightest hint of blame. But you also know that those two disciples were just following orders. Don't lower yourself to their level. Our herb garden is indeed a restricted area. Well, I know. Vice President, you don't have to be nervous. I'm not a person who kills people casually, Lin Yi said with a wry smile. Lin Yi's words made the two disciples of the law enforcement hall jump in fright. No way. The vice president actually spoke to Lin Yi in such a respectful tone. Moreover, it seemed that Mr. Ling might kill them. Thinking of this, the two law enforcement hall disciples suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Haha, I'm just saying. Why, Mr. Ling, what's the matter? The vice president asked. Vice President, may I ask if the herbs planted on the mountain are for sale? Lin Yi asked. Oh, of course, these herbs are for sale. However, they weren't sold through our market channels. Instead, they were sold through a higher-level trade fair. The vice president of Heaven Stage said, Why, Mr. Ling is interested. Oh, that's right, Mr. Ling provided some pills before. That's right. I was wondering if I could buy some materials? Lin Yi asked. This is not within my jurisdiction. I'm only responsible for the safety of the herb garden. As for the sale of the medicine, the other vice president is in charge of it. The vice president of Heaven Stage said, Well, Mr. Ling, I'll help you ask. Call me in about a month, and I'll give you the news. Anyway, it will take some time for this batch of medicinal materials to mature, so there's no hurry for the time being. All right, thank you very much. Lin Yi said, I can guarantee that the pills I refine will be given priority to the vice president's market square. Hee, that's naturally the best. The vice president of Heaven Stage said with a smile, Then I wish us a happy cooperation. In fact, he helped Lin Yi because Lin Yi could provide pills to the cultivator market. One had to know that pills were one of the biggest sources of profit for the cultivator market. The profits from the invitation were directly collected by the Cultivator Trading Association and were not considered as the performance of the vice president of Heaven Stage. The profits earned from the auction were the performance of the vice president of Heaven Stage. That was why he was willing to lower his status and be on good terms with Lin Yi. Otherwise, just because Lin Yi was stronger than him didn't mean that he would be so friendly. For a long time, the pills in the cultivator market were provided by the Hidden You family. But the Heaven Stage cultivator was not satisfied with this because the Hidden You family's quantity was too little. There were only about 20 to 30 pills each time. Most of them were common pills like Small Huan Pill, Meridian Unblocking Pill, Qi Replenishing Pill, Foundation Establishment Pill, Body Tempering Pill, and so on. There were very few pills for cultivation like the Small Qi Gathering Pill. Lin Yi provided 5 small Qi gathering pills at once, which surprised the vice president of Heaven Stage. Happy cooperation. I hope the vice president of Heaven Stage can help. Lin Yi said quickly. Well, I will try my best to facilitate it. The vice president of Heaven Stage nodded and said, However, you have to give me a guarantee first. You have to give me a guarantee first. Every 3 years. Can you provide me with the same amount of elixirs as this time? Every 3 years. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Yes, the Hidden You family will provide this amount of pills every 3 years, said the vice president of Heaven Stage. Lin Yi was stunned. It turned out that the Hidden You family's pills weren't very productive. They only had this amount every 3 years. But with Lin Yi and Han Jingjing, as long as they had the materials, they could basically refine these pills in a few days. Of course, Lin Yi definitely couldn't say these words. If he said it, he would be a monster. It might be a disaster by then. The practitioner's market, it's only held once every 3 years. Lenny asked, confused. Of course not. When I said every 3 years, I meant second-grade elixir pills. But first-grade elixir pills, under normal circumstances, the Hidden You family will provide sufficient supply. So, I don't recommend Mr. Ling to do business in this area anymore, because the market is basically saturated. The vice president of Heaven Stage said truthfully, although you sold all the spirit-gathering pills in your hands this time, it was also because the spirit-gathering pills are more popular for cultivation pills. As for the other first-grade pills, they're not so popular and have high profits. So that's how it is. Lin Yi nodded. In fact, he didn't even think about letting Han Jingjing refine first-grade pills. Anyway, it would take a lot of effort. Of course, refining second-grade pills was more promising and valuable. I can guarantee it. Okay, since Mr. Ling's words are a guarantee, then I will do my best. The vice president of Heaven Stage agreed readily. Okay, I will go down the mountain first. I will leave everything here to the vice president. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he returned the walkie-talkie to the team leader of the law enforcement hall. The team leader of the law enforcement hall took the walkie-talkie with a shocked expression and said, Senior Ling, please take care. Lin Yi nodded and walked down the mountain with a big suitcase. This time, the cultivator market could be said to have a fruitful harvest. Lin Yi got a lot of things he needed, and he also found a supply of materials for alchemy. This time, it was really not a wasted trip. After going down the mountain, Lin Yi didn't meet anyone along the way. The people of the Hidden You family had probably left long ago. Lin Yi also reached an agreement with the vice president of Heaven Stage. As long as the vice president of Heaven Stage was not stupid, the relationship between the two would deepen as the cooperation deepened. It was impossible for them to become enemies again, unless the vice president of Heaven Stage couldn't live with money and his own performance. Chapter 2516 _ School Bells Bodyguard Free Reading _ Chapter 2516 Happy Cooperation Completed. Chapter 2510. Let's meet again. There were quite a lot of people in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. After participating in the auction, the cultivators didn't leave immediately, but left one after another. Some returned to their rooms to pack up their things, and some continued to set up their stalls until the market was completely closed tonight. Han Xiaopa and Yu Xiaoka were overjoyed when they saw Lin Yi coming over with a big suitcase. It seemed that Lin Yi was fine. Previously, they saw third brother of the right bringing Yu Panggao down the mountain in a hurry, but Lin Yi didn't go down the mountain. They were very nervous. They were afraid that something would happen to Lin Yi. After all, nothing happened to the Hidden You family, and they left in a hurry, but Lin Yi didn't go down the mountain. They couldn't help but think in a bad direction. However, even though they thought about it, they didn't dare to go up the mountain. What if Lin Yi's opponent wasn't the Hidden You family, but the vice president of Heaven Stage from the previous auction? If they went up the mountain to find Lin, wouldn't it be equivalent to causing trouble for Lin Yi? Therefore, the only thing they could do was to wait, and they finally waited for Lin Yi. Boss! Han Xiaopa opened the car door and waved at Lin Yi in surprise. Xiaopa, are you anxious? Lin Yi smiled. I'm fine. It's just that we saw the Hidden You family coming down the mountain. Boss didn't come down, so we were a little worried. Han Xiaopa said, truthfully, did you meet the vice president of Heaven Stage again? You guessed right. Lin Yi nodded. I did meet the vice president. The two people from the Yu family were just a piece of cake. They didn't dare to make a move. Not only did they not make a move, but they also gave me a suitcase of money. Han Xiaopa's eyes widened. He pointed at the suitcase in Lin Yi's hand in disbelief. This is money. The Hidden You family gave it to you? Yes, they did give it to me, said Lin Yi. All right, the boss is awesome. What about the vice president? Are you all right? Han Xiaopa had seen many of Lin Yi's amazing deeds, so his heart could still take it. That vice president is not bad. He gave me a pure gold name card. Tell me if we can continue working together in the future. As Lin Yi spoke, he took out a pure gold business card. Han Xiaopa coughed twice. He looked at the business card in Lin Yi's hand and exclaimed, Even my grandfather doesn't have this kind of business card. He only has a platinum-plated business card. Boss actually has a gold-plated business card. Looks like I was worried for nothing. There was no need to worry. Although Lin Yi said it casually, no one knew how dangerous it was at that time. If it weren't for Lin Yi's smart move to push the third elder of the right out, things would not have gone so smoothly. However, there was no need to tell Han Xiaopa about this. After all, intelligence was not strength. Telling Han Xiaopa would only make him worry. Then, boss, I won't bother you anymore. I'll get in the car first. Han Xiaopa saw Yu Xiaoka standing at the side and looking at Lin Yi with a silly smile. He shook his head and quickly turned around to get in the car. From Han Xiaopa's point of view, Lin Yi's luck with women was too good. Wherever he went, beauties would come to him. However, Han Xiaopa was not envious. With his status, it was natural to choose 1 in a million to find a girlfriend. However, with his current status, he could not be as casual as Lin Yi. His marriage would probably be arranged by his family. When the time came, he would definitely marry a girl from Lin Yi's family or sect. Xiaoka, this is for you. Lin Yi handed the box in his hand to Lin. Thank you. Yu Xiaoka looked at Lin Yi affectionately. It was easy to meet, but it was hard to part. Yu Xiaoka did not expect to meet Lin Yi in the market. However, since they met, it was inevitable that she would feel empty and sad when they parted. How did you get here? Lin Yi asked. Xiao Ken and the driver from the orphanage drove me here. Yu Xiaoka pointed at a van not far away. It seemed to be the grocery van from the orphanage. Then let's part here, Lin Yi said. Then, will we have the chance to meet again in the future? Yu Xiaoka actually knew. The two of them were going to part here, but she was still a little reluctant. Haha, haven't you heard of this saying? If fate wills it, we will meet again. Originally, after we separated in the ancient tomb, we should be far apart from each other, but we accidentally met many times. We will definitely meet again in the future. Lin Yi smiled. And Xiaoka nodded her head forcefully. She said that she wouldn't be able to see him again, but now she was looking forward to meeting him again. She hoped that she and the male thief were fated to meet again, and they would be able to see each other more often. All right, go back. This money is enough for you for a while. We can slow down the expansion of the orphanage, Lin Yi said. Money, it's really not enough when it's time to use it. The orphanage is expanding, but there are a lot of hospitals all over the country that got the news. They're sending some abandoned babies with congenital diseases to my place. The cost of treating these abandoned babies is an astronomical figure. Yu Xiaoka sighed. I can't bear to reject these children. Lin Yi sighed softly. This situation was unavoidable. The bigger Yu Xiaoka's orphanage was, the more responsibility she had. She had to take in more abandoned babies, especially those with congenital diseases. Normal orphanages really couldn't afford the high cost of treating them. I'll think of a way for you. Lin Yi said to Yu Xiaoka, don't force yourself too much. Don't do dangerous things like this in the future. If you get caught stealing an invitation, how are you going to deal with it? Plus, even if you come here, you don't have much of a chance. These people are all masters. It's too hard to steal from them. Lin Yi could tell that the people who had the invitation were either from hidden houses or sects, or they were solo practitioners who had reached Earth class. Normal houses and solo practitioners didn't even know about the existence of this market. Yu Xiaoka stealing from them was like taking chestnuts from a fire. And I understand, Yu Xiaoka was happy that the man cared about her. Actually, it was a coincidence that she got the invitation. A practitioner accidentally left his coat on the seat when he was eating in a restaurant. She picked it up along the way, so it wasn't too dangerous. But Lin Yi was right. Xiaoka only realized how vigilant the people here were after coming here. It was extremely difficult to steal something from here. Their money was all in suitcases, and even if Yu Xiaoka was a master thief, she wouldn't be able to steal the suitcases. That wouldn't be stealing, it would be robbery. Chapter 2517 _ School Bells Bodyguard Free Reading _ Chapter 2517 Fated to Meet Again has been updated. Chapter 2511 It looked like they got a lot of money this time, but in reality, it was all Lin Yi's doing. Xiaoka had nothing to do with it. All right, I'm going now. You can go back too. Lin Yi patted Xiaoka's hair with a smile. And Xiaoka nodded dumbly, her eyes soft as water. She gathered her courage and kissed him on the cheek once more. Even with the mask on, she could feel the deep affection from that kiss. After kissing Lin Yi, Xiaoka turned around and ran to her car, waving at Lin Yi as she got in the car. What surprised Lin was that she was from the Fiend sect after all. Dragging 2 suitcases behind her, she was still running as if she was flying. Xiaoka sis, male thief bro, is here too. Ken looked at Lin Yi not far away with a smile. What does a kid know? Xiaoka glared at Ken. Hee. All I know is that male thief bro gave us a lot of money. These 2 suitcases are filled with money, right? Ken had become a greedy ghost under Xiaoka's influence. It is money, but why can't I steal it? Xiaoka said, troubled. How did you steal such a big suitcase? I saw with my own eyes that male thief bro gave one to you. The other one is probably the same, right? Ken said. Ken, are you asking for a beating? Xiaoka raged. I won't give you a single cent when we get back. You won't have dinner tonight. Ah, no, Ken said helplessly. I'm praising male thief bro, okay? Oh, is that so? All right, I'll give you dinner then. Xiaoka smiled again. Xiaoken was speechless. She thought to herself, women who are passionately in love are really stupid. Even the smart sister, Xiao Ku, has become like this. But luckily, Lin Yi bro was a strong man. With his help, the development of the orphanage was progressing by leaps and bounds, and Xiaoka sis really wasn't losing out by following him. Lin Yi sighed and got into Han Xiaopa's car. Boss, why did she call you a male thief? Is it your nickname? Xiaopa didn't understand the relationship between Lin Yi and Xiaoka. When they were in the car, he didn't dare to say much about Lin Yi. When Yu Xiaoka asked him anything, he only said that he was Lin Yi's follower. It's not really a nickname. It's an identity I used before. She doesn't know I'm Lin Yi, Lin Yi said. I see. Han Xiaopa nodded. He was not a gossipy person. He nodded in understanding and said, Boss, where are we going now? Let's go back. Lin Yi's purpose of coming here had been achieved, so he didn't want to stay any longer. Okay. Han Xiaopa nodded, started the car, and headed toward East Ocean City. What Lin Yi didn't know was that in Donghai Industry University, Pin Liang had set up an arena in the school. He even wrote the slogan, Love War, on the arena. There was an explanation below. I will be Mingyao's personal bodyguard. I hereby challenge all masters. I will stand in the arena and take a beating without fighting back. If anyone can knock me down within 10 minutes, I will give you 1,000 yuan in cash. If you can't knock me down, you'll have to pay 1,000 yuan. Of course, you could only use your fists and legs, but you couldn't use any other methods. One had to admit that Pin Liang's gimmick was very accurate. Knocking someone down and getting 1,000 yuan for free was the best thing in the world. This was exactly what Pin Liang wanted. This way, he could establish the fact that he was invincible. Meng Yao and Yushu wouldn't be able to object. Pin Liang could say that he was the strongest person in the world right now. He was the person who could protect Meng Yao the most. No one could knock him down no matter how hard they tried. If he wasn't qualified to be a bodyguard, then who was? Bodyguards didn't just need to be skilled. More importantly, they had to take a beating for their employer at a critical moment. This was an idea. It was an idea that Pin Liang came up with after thinking for a whole night. He wasn't as stupid as before. Yushu wouldn't let him go, so he couldn't just sit there and wait. What if Yushu tricked him and extended the inspection period indefinitely? He couldn't wait that long. Lin Yi might have already carried Meng Yao to bed by then, and he wouldn't even have the chance. So, he had to choose to attack. In the beginning, there were a lot of people who were greedy for the 1,000 yuan that Pin Liang offered. From their perspective, if Pin Liang didn't fight back, they could just knock him down with a few flying kicks. It wouldn't even take 10 minutes. And so, they all signed up to participate. But reality wasn't what they imagined. Pin Liang was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. The punches that landed on him didn't seem to do any damage to him at all. Although it wasn't like punching a rock. After a long time, their fists and feet would still hurt. Pin Liang, on the other hand, was still standing there, looking down on the crowd. Some students even kicked Pin Liang's crotch, but the result was the same. Pin Liang was fine, as if nothing had happened. His leg, on the other hand, was hurting from using too much force. In short, no one could knock Pin Liang down within 10 minutes. They couldn't even make Pin Liang look like he was in pain. And so, after these people helplessly handed over the 1,000 yuan, the number of people who went up the stage decreased. Although the conditions seemed to be favorable to them, everyone understood that if they didn't have a diamond in the rough, they wouldn't do it. If Zhong Pingliang dared to say something like this, he must be prepared and confident. Meng Yao frowned when she saw the news on the school's BBS forum. She was a little annoyed by Pin Liang's sensationalism, but Pin Liang had done it plenty of times in high school. Shu, why is Pin Liang so annoying? Didn't you tell him to wait for the news? Meng Yao turned to Yushu. What's wrong with him? Yushu shook her head. Man, Liangzi seems to have gotten smarter. He knows that I might be messing with him, so he's trying to stall for time. Yushu saw through Pin Liang's plan immediately. Then what do we do? Meng Yao asked. I don't have a choice. We can only wait for Shield Bro. Yushu shook her head helplessly. Aren't you omnipotent, Shu? Why can't you do it now? You're not omnipotent anymore. Plus, do you think Lenny can solve it? Isn't Pin Liang invincible under Sky Class? Can Lin Yi take care of that golden cicada underwear? Meng Yao asked. Chapter 25:12. Almighty Shu. Yushu thought about it. There's a way, actually. Let's just get Elder Pai to punch him, and everything will be fine. Elder Pai's a Sky Class. He won't be able to defend against his attack. That's a good idea, but didn't Elder Pai go back already? Plus, if they let Elder Pai handle this, wouldn't it bring trouble to the Hidden House Pai? Isn't Pin Liang from the Everyday sect or something? Wouldn't it be a problem if they found out that a master from a hidden house came to the common world? Meng Yao asked worriedly. This wasn't the same as before, after all. Last time, it was Elder Pai who came out to save Xinyan from the shadows, and the robbers were either idiots or idiots. This time, however, it was different. They were doing it in front of everyone. Yeah, that's why Almighty Shu isn't omnipotent sometimes. Yushu shrugged helplessly. Actually, it's easy to handle. We just need to ignore him. Ignore him? Meng Yao blinked. Yeah, just ignore him. Yushu said, when Shield Bro comes back, it'd be great if he can beat him. But if he can't, I'll think of a way to change Pin Liang's golden cicada underwear, and Shield Bro will be able to beat him. After that, I'll tell him that the previous matches don't count, since we weren't watching. Let him fight Shield Bro again, and Shield Bro will win for sure. Shu, it looks like you're not afraid at all. No wonder you're not nervous. Meng Yao sighed in relief after hearing Yushu's words. It's not that I'm not afraid. I'm actually thinking, how can I get Liangzi's good stuff? That iron rod of his is pretty good, too. If Shield Bro gets it, ha ha ha, Yushu said with a wicked smile. Getting it all? That's not a good idea, is it? Meng Yao said worriedly. Will the Everyday sect behind him agree? If they don't agree, then let them give Liangzi some more stuff, and we'll get it when he comes back to act cool. Yushu said disapprovingly. Lil Liang is such a good person, giving equipment to Shield Bro. Meng Yao almost burst into laughter at Yushu's words. Pin Liang was really unlucky, encountering a Zhou Ripper like Shu. Whatever good stuff he brought, he'd lose it all. But Meng Yao didn't sympathize with him. Pin Liang had kidnapped her and Shu before, and had done a lot of things to harm Lin Yi. How could Meng Yao sympathize with him? Lin Yi got into Han Xiaopa's car and arrived at Donghai Industry University. Lin Yi heard the students talking about Pin Liang's arena the moment he parked the car in the parking lot, and Lin Yi naturally paid attention to it. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that Pin Liang would use this method to force him to abdicate. It was a lot smarter than before, but with Shu here, would it really work? Let's go and take a look, Lin Yi said to Han Xiaopa. Boss, you have some kind of conflict with this Pin Liang? Han Xiaopa got the gist of it. Haha, yeah. Meng Yao's pursuer, my high school classmate, Lin Yi said, this guy used to go against me all the time and recently joined the Everyday sect. He got himself some mid-class golden cicada underwear, and anyone under sky class won't be afraid anymore. So it's him. Xiao understood what Lin he was talking abruptly. No wonder Lin he was asking about the mid-level golden cicada underwear yesterday. So this was what it was all about. The two followed the crowd to where Pin Liang was holding the arena and saw Pin Liang standing on the stage with a proud look on his face. No one went up the stage again, however, as if they knew that it was impossible to defeat Pin Liang, and so they just watched the show from below the stage. They wanted to see if there were any idiots coming up to die. Linny, Linny, you're back? Pin Liang saw Linny in the crowd and yelled excitedly, Linny, come up to the arena since you're back. Don't be a coward. Lin he didn't want to go up to the arena immediately because he didn't know Pin Liang's situation and he didn't want to make a move before he understood Yushu and Ming Yao's intentions. But Pin Liang had already yelled out those words. If Lin he backed down in front of the crowd, it'd give Pin Liang an excuse to force him to abdicate. He'd find Ming Yao and Yushu and say, if Lin he doesn't dare fight me, then what right does he have to be your bodyguard? This would put Ming Yao and Yushu in a difficult position. All right, since you've invited me, I'll come up and try. Linny nodded, and with a leap, he landed on the arena Pin Liang had built. It was called an arena, but it was just a gymnasium. I'll stand here, you can fight. Pin Liang looked at Lin Yi fearlessly, his arms crossed in front of his chest, as if he was above all. Fiery 8 trigrams palm, 5th form. Lin Yi didn't use his strongest move right away, since it would consume too much energy. Lin Yi only needed to use the 5th form of Fiery 8 trigrams palm to see if Pin Liang was really invincible under Sky Class, and if he could defend against Lin Yi's skill, which was equivalent to the 11th form of Sky Class. Boom! Lin Yi's palm landed on Pin Liang's body, and although Pin Liang was unharmed, he was still forced back a few steps by Lin Yi's strength. He barely managed to steady himself and looked at Lin Yi, surprised. Not bad, but it's nothing to me. Pin Liang didn't expect Lin Yi's move to be this strong. After all, Lin Yi was the only person who could make him take a few steps back since he came down from the mountain. As for the others, they couldn't do anything to him at all. Basically, all the power was absorbed by the golden cicada undergarment, and Pin Liang didn't feel anything. However, Lin Yi's palm did make him take a few steps back, and it was enough to show that Lin Yi was stronger than the others. But Pin Liang thought about it. All the people he faced before were Mystic and Golden class, and only Lin Yi was an Earth class, so it made sense that he was stronger. But even an Earth class couldn't do anything to him, right? He had underestimated his opponent and didn't adjust his stance in time, causing him to take a few steps back. He needed to focus now. Pin Liang was surprised, and Lin Yi was even more surprised. One had to know that the 5th form of Lin Yi's Fiery 8 trigrams palm was equivalent to the 11th form of Sky Class. Chapter 25:13. Lin Yi was shocked that the 11th form had no effect on Pin Liang. It seemed like this mid-tier golden cicada underwear was really good stuff. Was it really divided according to strength? He wasn't a Sky Class, so even if he used a Sky Class skill, he wouldn't be able to hurt Pin Liang. Lin Yi wasn't satisfied and didn't answer Pin Liang's question. He used his strongest skill, the 7th form of Fiery 8 trigrams palm. Boom! Lin Yi's palm landed on Pin Liang's chest again, and a strong fire element chi burst out from Lin Yi's palm. Even an early-stage Sky Class would be heavily injured if they took a hit from Lin Yi, but Pin Liang was only sent flying by Lin Yi. His body flew out of the ring and landed heavily on the ground as Lin Yi's chi exploded. Good. Oh, Dash, that's great. That's amazing. The audience cheered when they saw Pin Liang get knocked down by Lin Yi. There was a saying that went, the experts knew the ropes, while the amateurs enjoyed the show. The students here were all normal people, not practitioners. As far as they were concerned, Lin Yi defeating Zhong Pin Liang was a victory for him, and Pin Liang had to pay Lin Yi 1,000 yuan as a reward. Of course, although Pin Liang was sent flying by Lin Yi, Linny knew that Pin Liang wasn't injured at all. Other than the fall, he was perfectly fine. He wasn't injured at all. This situation made Lin Yi feel helpless and speechless. Even an early-stage Sky class was no match for him, and Pin Liang was just a normal practitioner. He couldn't do anything to him. How sad was this? It seemed like the mid-tier Golden Cicada underwear protected the opponent's level. As long as he didn't reach Sky class, even if he used a Sky class skill, his strength was still there. He still couldn't do anything to Pin Liang. Although most of the people below the stage were cheering, there were also a few who were silent after seeing this scene. That was Tiger Right, Yellow Hair, Purple Hair, Li Biaohan, and the others. Tiger Right, Yellow Hair, and Purple Hair were fine after taking the pill. Li Biaohan, on the other hand, had a cast on his leg and was sitting in a wheelchair, looking very pitiful. He came here to find a sense of balance. He watched others get bullied by Pin Liang. His frustration lessened a little, but when he saw that even Lin Yi couldn't do anything to Pin Liang, he felt a strong sense of fear. Tiger Right and the others felt the same. They were all practitioners and could naturally tell that Lin Yi was using the 13th form of Sky class skill. Although they were curious as to how a mere Earth class mid-phase peak was able to use the 13th form of the Heaven class, they were even more curious as to why Pin Liang wasn't injured at all after being hit by the 13th form. Lin Yi's move was enough to cripple a Sky class early phase or even early phase peak. But Pin Liang wasn't injured at all. Other than being sent flying off the stage, he didn't seem to have any other injuries. Kid, lost, right? Can't take it anymore. Now you know there's always someone better than you? Yeah, hurry up and pay up. You've swallowed so much money before. It's time to pay up. Hurry up and pay up. Be quick. It had to be said that the students were all focused on Pin Liang's payout. They didn't care why Pin Liang wasn't afraid of the fight, nor did they care if Lin Yi could do anything to him. They just saw that Pin Liang lost, so they wanted him to pay up. Pin Liang was a little annoyed. He stood up and jumped onto the stage, speaking to Lin Yi. No, let's fight again. You're different from the others. It doesn't matter if you beat me. You have to beat me first. What the hell? Are you going to keep your word? You said it yourself. I just have to beat you, and I'll get 1,000 kwai. Why is it different now? Yeah, isn't this a scam? You're so happy when you win, but now you're changing the terms when you lose. Isn't this a scam? Liar, this kid is a liar. Yeah, where's the guy who lost? Let's ask him for a refund. The one who spoke was a sports major student who went up to the stage. He was instigating the people who lost to ask Xiaofu for their money. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the others responded and surrounded Gao Xiaofu, saying, "Hurry up and refund the money." Xiaofu looked at Pin Liang awkwardly. Do you want to get beaten up? Liar, if you don't give us a refund, we'll beat you up and send you to the school leaders. They'll say that you're scamming students. A student said, yeah, the school will definitely give you demerits. Another student said, maybe they'll even expel you. Another student added fuel to the fire. Give it back, give it to them. Pin Liang said helplessly. He was really afraid that Xiaofu would be at a disadvantage. He wasn't afraid of getting beaten up, but Xiaofu was. What if Xiaofu got beaten up half to death? Although refunding his money was a little embarrassing, it was still better than Xiaofu getting beaten up. He would lose even more face if that happened. Fine, I'll refund your money. Xiaofu said helplessly. He refunded the money to the people who went up to the stage before they let him go. Lin Yi, on the other hand, calculated the pros and cons in his mind and said to Pin Liang, I'm sorry, if you want to compete in something else, we can do it another day. I don't have time today. With that, Lin Yi ignored Pin Liang and jumped off the stage. Although he knew that he lost the battle, the other students didn't. They saw that Lin Yi had won and defeated Pin Liang. This way, Pin Liang wouldn't be able to use public opinion to force Meng Yao and Yushu on the school's forum. Even Pin Liang was furious, but there was nothing he could do after Lin Yi left. He couldn't force Lin Yi to compete, could he? He couldn't beat Lin Yi up with a stick. It would be fine if there was no one around, but in front of everyone, people would think that he was beating up Xiaofu because he couldn't afford to lose the 1,000 kwai. That would be even more disadvantageous to him. He could only give up. Xiaofu, where's the 1,000 kuai? Lin, he walked up to Xiaofu after he got off the stage and extended his hand. Ah. Xiaofu hesitated. He was afraid of getting beaten up. So he took out the 1,000 kuai and handed it to Lin helplessly. Chapter 25:14. Pinliang wasn't afraid of getting beaten up, but Xiaofu was. One slap from Lin would be enough to kill him. Lin put the 1,000 kuai into his pocket. He didn't care about the money. He only did it to annoy Pinliang a little, making him shoot himself in the foot. It was also a way to cover up his helplessness in losing, in case Pinliang used the opportunity to force Mengyao to abdicate again. Lin took the money and left. Pinliang cursed Lin for being a coward in his heart, but he didn't dare say it out loud in front of everyone. If he did, the students in the audience might start cursing at him. After all, everyone saw that Pinliang had lost. It was reasonable for Lin to reject his challenge. In their eyes, Pinliang was being shameless. If Pinliang showed even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, the students might think that he was a sore loser. And so, Pinliang didn't have the face to continue setting up the arena. He quickly packed up with Xiaofu and left the arena under the disdainful gazes of the students. The other students dispersed after the two left, and the commotion died down just as quickly as it started. Some of the nosy students had already uploaded the battle report to the school's BBS forum, and Mengyao and Yushu were the first ones to see the results. Yeah, Shield Bro didn't disappoint us. He beat Pinliang, Yushu said excitedly as she pointed at the post. Mengyao, on the other hand, wasn't as excited as Yushu. She sighed helplessly. It looks like Linny won, but he still lost. Linny really can't do anything to Pinliang with that mid-level golden cicada underwear on. That's true, but Yao, we should be satisfied. This result is much better than I expected. Yushu said, at least Pinliang can't use this to force us to abdicate and become your bodyguard. We don't have to rack our brains to find an excuse to reject him. As long as I steal his treasure, he'll be waiting to be beaten up. Roar, 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 roar. Shu, why do you have such a creepy laugh? Mingyao's hair stood on end from Yushu's laugh. It's been a while since I've messed with people. I'm a little excited now that there's business. Yushu said embarrassedly. Lin Yi's call came in the middle of their conversation. Mengyao picked it up. Lin Yi, you're back? Yeah, I met Zhong Pingliang earlier. Lin Yi said. Mengyao continued before Lin Yi could finish. Yeah, I know. I saw the live broadcast on the school's BBS. You beat him. What do you mean knockdown? If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. He's not injured at all. This mid-grade golden cicada underwear is really strange. Lin Yi said with a bitter smile. She'll bro, don't worry. She will take care of the rest for you. Yushu grabbed the phone and said to Lin Yi, Shield Bro used to be the one protecting me. This time, I'm going to protect Shield Bro. You? Done? Lin Yi blinked. Shu wants to trade Pinliang's mid-grade golden cicada underwear. Mengyao explained Shu's idea to Lin Yi. You can do that? Lin Yi didn't even think of using his low-grade golden cicada underwear to trade Pinliang's commodity one. If it really worked, then Pinliang was really unlucky. Roar, roar, roar. Of course it works. Mengyao mimicked Yushu and laughed evilly. Lin Yi was stunned. Miss, when did Shu infect you? What do you mean infect? We've always been alike, all right? Mengyao humphed. All right, I won't bother then. I'll wait for the good news. Lin Yi said. I'll go back first then. I'll pick you guys up tonight. It was the weekend, and although there were people in school, they were all electives. They didn't have to go. Usually, when Lin Yi wasn't home, Mengyao and Yushu would come to school. Mengyao and Yushu only came to school for class. They wouldn't come if Lin Yi was at home. Lin Yi came to school, but he didn't plan on going to the electives. He just gathered the rainbow steel, pure yellow jade, and blue crystal. It wasn't a big amount, but he wanted to go back and try making the jade space. After all, Lin Yi had been looking forward to this for a long time. Now that he had all the materials, of course he wanted to give it a try. Okay, see you tonight, Mengyao said. Lin Yi turned around and got into Han Xiaopa's car. Let's go back to the villa in the Shueshang district. Lin said, "Okay, boss." Han Xiaopa nodded and started the car. At the same time, Pin Liang and Xiaofu escaped to a secluded place and sat down in a pavilion, panting heavily. This was the school's little forest. In the summer, these pavilions were a haven for young people to love, study, and play cards, but in the winter, there was no one around. No one was stupid enough to come here in the cold. What a miscalculation. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would come back at this time? Pin Liang said angrily. My mid-tier golden cicada undershirt can defend against attacks from practitioners below sky class, but Lin Yi is still an earth class mid-phase peak. He could still send me flying. Yeah, we wouldn't have held this arena if we'd known this would happen. Maybe we could have changed the rules when Lin Yi came, instead of letting Lin Yi come up. Xiaofu nodded in agreement. Things were going pretty well at first, and I thought I'd go to Meng Yao and Yushu and force them to let me be their bodyguard. It didn't matter if they were willing or not. As long as I became the bodyguard, everything would be a lot smoother from here on out. Wasn't Lin Yi disliked back then? Pin Liang's plan wasn't bad, but there were some problems in implementing it. I wonder if Meng Yao knows about this. Xiaofu hesitated. Liang bro, maybe you should give Yushu a call and see what they're thinking. Maybe they've already seen the situation, or maybe they'll let Lin Yi say something unfavorable to Liang bro. Not bad. That's a good suggestion. Lin Yi's a sly bastard. I need to give Yushu a call and tell her that Lin Yi's shameless act this time. Pin Liang quickly took out his phone and called Yushu. Chapter 25:15. Hey Liangzi, what's up? Yushu had just planned out the next step of her plan and was just thinking about how to trick Pin Liang into coming here when Pin Liang walked right into her trap. What a nice guy he was. Shu, do you know about the fight between me and Lin Yi? Pin Liang asked. Fight? What fight? Yushu pretended not to know and asked confusedly. It's like this. Pin Liang was overjoyed to hear that Yushu didn't know anything about it. He started explaining. I've organized a tournament to see if I'm qualified to be your and Yao Yao's bodyguard. So I made a rule that whoever beats me will get 1,000 kwai as a reward. That's right. Of course, this is only for ordinary people. Cultivators naturally won't work. In that case, I'll definitely have to make a move. Pin Liang purposely gave Yushu a heads up, paving the way for what would happen next. However, he didn't expect Yushu to agree with him. Yeah. If you don't fight against a practitioner, then you're an idiot. Yushu added. Ugh, yeah. Pin Liang smiled bitterly. Did that mean he was an idiot? But in order to smear Lin Yi's name, he didn't care if he was an idiot or not. He continued, but I didn't think that Lin Yi would suddenly come back and beat me up. He even asked me for 1,000 kwai. Don't you think that's infuriating? He's a practitioner. How can he have the same rules as normal people? Isn't that cheating? I asked him to continue fighting with me, but he took the money and left. How shameless. Oh, about that, I got it. Yushu said, Yao sis, and I didn't see your fight, so it doesn't count. Even if you want to fight, we have to be there to see it with our own eyes. Otherwise, it doesn't count. Yeah. Pin Liang was overjoyed. That's right, that's it. Without the two of you present, the competition doesn't count. He's only acting shamelessly for a while. When the time comes for the real competition, let's see if he can still act shamelessly. But Liang Yi, I don't have time to talk to you right now. I'm busy. Yushu interrupted. Sister Shu, what are you busy with? Pin Liang asked. Do you need my help? No need. Yao sis is feeling a little uncomfortable. She seems to have caught a cold and is lying on the bed. I need to take care of her. Yushu said. Yao caught a cold? Are you all right? Pin Liang rolled his eyes. Do you need me to go and help? It's fine, it's the girls' dorm, you can't come in. Yushu said. What makes you think I can't? Pin Liang curled his lips. He had already found out that the auntie of the female dormitory bullied the weak and feared the strong. He could move unimpeded. There's no need for that, right? It's inconvenient, isn't it? Yushu hesitated. Yao sis is only wearing pajamas. Meng Yao glared at Yushu, annoyed. You're the one who made me wear it, aren't you? Besides, my pajamas are very tight, okay? Everything that needs to be covered is covered. And I'm even lying under the blanket. Huh? Pajamas? Pin Liang almost drooled when he heard that. But to hide his lustful look, he quickly put on a serious face. What's inconvenient about it? I'm going to be your bodyguard soon. Are you not going to wear pajamas at home in the future? Wait, I'll go right now. No, please don't come. Yushu's tone changed from hesitant to firm. Pin Liang, on the other hand, couldn't hear the change in Yushu's tone. Wait for me, I'll go right now. Don't. Please don't come. Yushu hung up with that. Huff. Meng Yao almost burst out laughing when she heard Yushu hang up. Shu, your acting was pretty good, wasn't it? Say it. Are you practicing when you have nothing better to do? Are you trying to seduce Lin E? No way. I'm practicing for Yao Yao sis. Yushu stuck her tongue out. For me? What does that have to do with me? Meng Yao blushed as she remembered something. She glared at Yushu. Prepare? Pin Yang will be here soon. Oh, I'll go prepare. Yushu ran out of the dorm with the basin in her arms. Pin Liang, on the other hand, turned to Xiaofu after hanging up. Take these things back and wait for me. I'm going to find Meng Yao. Liang bro, you don't need my help? Xiaofu asked carefully. Help? Help my ass. Pin Liang glared at Xiaofu. Didn't you hear that Yao Yao is wearing pajamas? What are you going to do? It's a girl's dorm too. Why are there so many people? It won't be easy to get in. Oh, okay. Xiaofu didn't really want to see Meng Yao in her pajamas. He just wanted to see if there were any other pretty girls in the dorm. Who knows? Maybe he'd run into one. But he couldn't do that now. Pin Liang wouldn't let him go at all. He could only go back to the dorm with the banners and wait for Pin Liang's return. Pin Liang said goodbye to Xiaofu and ran towards Meng Yao's dorm. He'd gotten Meng Yao's room number a long time ago, and when he entered the door, Pin Liang told the guard that his girlfriend was sick and needed to be taken care of. He also gave the guard 100 kwai in private, and the guard let him in after confirming that there were no problems with the room number and name Pin Liang had given her. Pin Liang, on the other hand, ran to Meng Yao's dorm. He was about to knock on the door when he realized that it wasn't locked. He was overjoyed. He pushed the door open and rushed in. He had a little bit of hope in his heart. Maybe he'd see some intimate scenes if he rushed in, but the reality was cruel. Pin Liang didn't see anything when he entered the dorm. He only felt a basin falling from the sky and splashing dirty water on his face. Fortunately, he reacted fast and dodged it in time. Otherwise, the dirty water would have gone up his neck. What's this? What's going on? Pin Liang wiped the dirty water off his face and sneezed, completely confused. Chapter 25:16. Liangi, why are you here? Yushu was shocked. Didn't I tell you not to come? Oh my god. Shu sis, what is this? Why is the water so black and there's dirt in it? Pin Liang asked, looking like a drowned rat. Man, it's to prevent perverts from coming. Yushu explained helplessly. Yao Yao's sick. I have to be prepared for fire, theft, and perverts. Fire, theft, and perverts. Pin Liang blinked. How? Using this basin of dirty water? Yeah, think about it. Water can put out a fire, right? I put the water on top of the door, so when someone opens the door, the water will fall down. Isn't this anti-theft and perverts? Yushu explained. There are perverts here? Can perverts come in? Isn't this a girl's dorm? Pin Yang was speechless. He wasn't sure if Yushu was messing with him on purpose. After all, there were plenty of examples like this. If it's a girl's dorm, how did you get in? Yushu asked. Pin Liang thought about it. It was true. Didn't he get in anyway? It wasn't that Yushu couldn't understand the pervert's actions, but it still didn't sit well with her. But isn't this a trap? I'm dead because of you. Liangi, you're wrong. Didn't I tell you not to come? I told you not to come. Yushu said with a straight face. But you didn't listen to me and came in. Who can you blame? But even if I don't come, won't other people come? It's not good if the dirty water gets blamed on someone else. Pin Liang said. Other people knock first. Who told you to barge in without knocking? Yushu blinked suddenly and looked at Pin Liang teasingly. I say, Liangi, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Are you trying to see something you're not supposed to see? God. Pin Liang froze as if Yushu had stepped on a sore spot. He shook his head awkwardly. Of course not. I'm just worried about Yao Yao's illness. I'm not that bad. All right, Shu, stop teasing Zhong Pingliang. He's really unlucky. Meng Yao spoke up softly. Zhong Pingliang shouldn't be a pervert. He knows that you're not easy to deal with. Why would he act like a pervert in front of you? That's right. That's right. You know me best, Yao Yao. Pingliang heard Meng Yao defending him. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart, feeling extremely comfortable and pleasantly surprised. He thought that Meng Yao was starting to acknowledge him in her heart. All right, Zhong Pingliang, look at how dirty your hair is. Hurry up and take a shower. Don't catch a cold, or you'll catch a cold too. Meng Yao said to Zhong Pingliang. Shu, bring Zhong Pingliang to the bathroom. Let him take a shower? Let little Liangzi take a bath here? That's not very good, is it? Yushu's face changed at Meng Yao's suggestion. Yao Yao, there's your sexy lingerie in the washroom. Meng Yao blushed. Shu said, Shu, don't talk nonsense. What about mine? Besides, the bathroom is private. It's not like we're taking a shower outside. Meng Yao naturally wouldn't put her lingerie in the washroom, but Zhong Pingliang didn't know that. His heart raced when he heard that Meng Yao's lingerie was in the washroom. He almost had a nosebleed. He quickly said, Shu sis, I'm not feeling well. I'm really not feeling well. Let me take a bath. Don't worry, I won't do something dirty like that. If I can't even get past this, how am I going to be your and Yao Yao's bodyguard in the future? Is that so? Then you can't look around or touch. Yushu finally agreed after some thought. But you should go in and take off your clothes first. I'll go check the bathroom after you're in, see if you touched our underwear or not. You can't lock the door from the inside. Don't worry. Although Zhong Pingliang said that, he felt a little regretful. He felt a little regretful in his heart. He had wanted to masturbate on Meng Yao's underwear, but this wish was obviously not going to come true. He pretended to be calm on the surface and said, My bodyguard's quality is quite good. You can go and check them later. All right, go wash up then, Yushu said with a wave of her hand, letting him go. Then I'll go, Zhong Pingliang said and entered the washroom. He didn't have to take a shower, but if he didn't, he would have to leave. He wanted to stay with Meng Yao for a while longer. Zhong Pingliang entered the washroom, and Yushu grinned at Meng Yao and made a victory sign. Oh, it's done. Don't get carried away. Don't let him find out later, Meng Yao reminded. Don't worry. Leave it to Shu. Yushu quickly took out the low-level golden cicada underwear from her wardrobe and stood at the washroom door, listening for any movements inside. Not long after, she heard Zhong Pingliang open the bathroom door, followed by the sound of running water. Evidently, Zhong Pingliang had entered the bathroom, but for safety's sake, Yushu decided to wait until Zhong Pingliang had soap all over his body before going in. After a while, Yushu estimated that it was about time. She opened the washroom door and walked in. Shu, you came in for a check? Pingliang heard the door open and guessed that it was Yushu coming in. The bathroom's glass was opaque, and one could only see a vague silhouette, but Yushu didn't want Pingliang to notice anything. What's the point of checking if you've already said that? I came here to pee. Turn around. Don't look at me. Okay, no problem. But I can't see anything through this glass. Although Zhong Pingliang said that, he still turned around. He thought, who wants to look at a troublemaker girl like you? If I look at you and you continue to cling to me, I won't be able to live for the rest of my life. Yushu pretended to go to the washroom, but her hands weren't idle at all. She quickly flipped through the clothes Pingliang had taken off, and with a single glance, she saw the mid-tier golden cicada underwear. Zhong Pingliang's golden cicada underwear looked very similar to the low-level golden cicada underwear, and there was almost no difference. This confirmed Yushu's guesses. It was very easy for Yushu to switch underwear, and very quickly, Yushu completed the switch. Chapter 25:17. Yushu pressed the flush button and walked out of the bathroom, saying as she walked, All right, you can continue showering now. You can turn around now. Oh, Pingliang was washing his hair, so he didn't pay much attention. He only heard the bathroom door close when he heard it. You got it, Meng Yao asked, seeing Yushu coming out of the bathroom with a smile on her face. Yes, Yushu waved the underwear in her hand, pleased. Don't you think it's dirty? Pingyang wore before. Mengyao curled her lips. Ugh, I'll endure it for shield bro. Yushu stuffed Pinliang's mid-level golden cicada underwear into a bag. About 10 minutes later, Pinliang was done showering as well. He walked out of the bathroom in a new outfit, his jacket covered in dirty water. He didn't put it on again. Shoo, Yao Yao, I'm done showering. I feel much better now. That water was really dirty. Oh, right? Where did you get that dirty water from? Someone else used it to clean the floor. Yushu said, Oh, Yao Yao, how are you? Do you feel better? Do you need to go to the hospital? Pingyang didn't even notice that his mid-level golden cicada underwear had been swapped. It's okay. I'll be fine after some rest. I'm a little sleepy, Mengyao said with a yawn. She's sleepy. Pinliang paused, hesitating. He wouldn't be able to stay here if Mengyao fell asleep. Even if he stayed here, he couldn't talk to Yushu. Could he? He didn't want to talk to Yushu. From his years of experience, nothing good would happen if he stayed with Yushu for too long. Yeah, I'll sleep for a bit, Mengyao said as she closed her eyes. Liangyi, you've come to see Yao Yao already. Can you leave now? Yushu turned to Pinliang and asked. Okay. Yao Yao, have a good rest. I'll come see you another day. Pinliang said helplessly. He didn't want to leave, but he had to. All right, Liangyi, Yao Yao's asleep. You're still talking to her? Yushu glared at Pinliang. Then, I'll be going. Pinliang felt a little regretful, but at least his relationship with Mengyao had improved quite a bit. This made him very happy. He didn't know why. Even if he was strong now, he still couldn't let go of Mengyao. Logically speaking, with his current strength, finding a pretty girl was a piece of cake, but maybe it was the stubbornness in his heart that made it hard for him to forget his love for Mengyao. Pinliang left, and Mengyao woke up as well. She didn't have a cold at all. Instead, he frowned and said, Get someone to disinfect the bathroom later. I don't want any diseases to be infected. Mengyao's hatred for Pinliang had reached a new level, and she was a clean freak as well. Naturally, she couldn't share a bathroom with Pinliang. In her mind, this was a very disgusting thing. It's all because of Shield Bro. Yushu picked up her phone and called the student service company. This was a work-study service company established by the student council. They could provide cleaning, shopping, running errands, tutoring, and other services for the students in school. The university was different from the aristocratic high school. Although there were many students from rich families, there were also some students whose family conditions were not too good. The student association provided them with a work-study opportunity, which was a good thing. Professional cleaning of the dormitory was also one of the programs, and it was specially provided to some rich kids. Of course, Mengyao and Yushu weren't the kind of people who would do whatever they wanted. Usually, they would clean the dorms themselves, but they didn't have professional disinfecting equipment. Mengyao and Yushu left after the professional cleaners arrived. They weren't afraid that they would steal anything. All the valuables in the dorms were locked in their cabinets, and the students in charge of cleaning were all registered with the student council. It was impossible for them to steal anything. After returning home, Lin Yi told Han Xiaopa to go back first. He needed to study the good stuff he got from the practitioner's market. In the room, Lin Yi sorted out his spoils. A blue crystal, a sky-class earth element beast core, and a piece of pure yellow jade. It seemed like there were only 3 things, but they were all extremely valuable. Including the sky-class beast core, Lin Yi now had a total of 5 beast cores. He could use the refining method he got from House Taggant to make an essence necklace, but one of the cores was given to him by that thing that surpassed sky class, and it didn't let him use it carelessly. He didn't dare use it carelessly. It would be too wasteful. That core was clearly different from the others. With that thought, He decided to postpone the refinement of the necklace for a while. He'd wait until he had another beast core. He glanced at the thing in the jade space. It was still curled up in a corner, not moving. He had gotten used to this thing's existence these days, so he just ignored it. Other than taking up a small space, it didn't disturb Lin Yi's life at all. Putting the beast core away, Lin Yi took out the jade pendant condensing method from his drawer, as well as the colored steel and pure yellow jade he had collected. In comparison, the material he had the most was pure yellow jade. There was only a small piece of colored steel and blue crystal. After arranging the materials, Lin opened the jade pendant condensing method and read it carefully. There were two prerequisites to condense the jade space. The first was to collect all the materials, and the second was to reach the second level of the art of dragon mastery. Although Lin Yi's cultivation speed was very fast during this period, he was still a little bit away from the art of dragon mastery. However, this condition could be achieved through his own efforts, so Lin Yi didn't need to waste time and effort to find it. As he continued to read, Lin Yi understood why Jiao Yazi said that he needed to reach the second level of the art of dragon mastery before he could condense the jade space. It was because condensing the jade space required a forging fire, and the prerequisite for the formation of this forging fire was to reach the second level of the art of dragon mastery. As long as the forging fire could be formed, the jade pendant could be condensed. Chapter 25:18. Lin Yi didn't know if this forging fire had anything to do with blacksmiths, but sounded similar. It was just that this forging fire was converted from the art of dragon mastery, and there wasn't any special incantation or condensing method. Lin Yi put down the jade pendant condensing and put all the good stuff he got from this trip into the drawer. The drawer was filled with good stuff. There were 3 pieces of the map, the Wani Yankin box, 5 spiritual beast cores, pure yellow jade, blue crystal, and colored steel. As for the sky net and 1,000 silk mask, Lin Yi carried them with him. After doing all this, Lin Yi sat on the bed and continued practicing. He couldn't help but think of Wang Xinyan. Lin Yi didn't know if it was because he missed her or because he wanted her to help him with his training. After a while, the sound of a car came from outside the villa. Lin Yi didn't expect Meng Yao and Yushu to drive back first. "Shield bro, Shu has something good for you." Yushu took out the mid-level golden cicada underwear as soon as she entered the house, holding it up in front of Lin Yi. Zhong Pingliang's mid-level. Zhong Pingliang. Lin Yi blinked and realized what Shu meant. He couldn't help but be surprised. "Shu, you're saying that this is Zhong Pingliang's golden cicada underwear?" "Yeah, I used the low-level golden cicada underwear to replace it. That idiot doesn't even know about it," Yushu said proudly. "What do you think? Shu is amazing, right?" "Yeah, it is." Lin Yi nodded. "Then is there a reward?" Yushu asked. "Like a kiss of love for Yao Yao, sis." "What does that have to do with me?" Meng Yao froze and almost kicked Yushu. "Of course it has something to do with you. Actually, it's all Yao Yao sis's credit. If it wasn't for Yao Yao sis pretending to be sick to attract Zhong Pingliang, Shu wouldn't have the chance to replace the underwear." Yushu said, "So it's all Yao Yao sis's credit. Then, I don't want the reward. You can have it." Meng Yao said, a little embarrassed. "Okay, come on, shield bro. Let's kiss Shu," Yushu said happily. "Huh?" Lin Yi obviously wouldn't kiss Xiao Shu, although they had kissed before, and Xiao Shu even confessed to him that night. Lin Yi knew that Xiao Shu might seem bold, but in some aspects, she was very conservative. Otherwise, with Shu's personality, he had probably been pushed back a long time ago, but he hadn't been pushed back until now, which proved this point. "Then I'll note it down first. I'll have to return it in the future." Yushu didn't force the issue. She picked up a pen and wrote something on a calendar in the living room. X year, X month, X day. Shield bro owed Shu a kiss of love. I'll pay you back double in the future. Lin Yi was stunned. He looked at little Shu thoughtfully. He felt that there was a hidden meaning behind her actions today, but he couldn't figure it out. Lin Yi had a premonition. Maybe this thing could really come true in the future. Otherwise, why would Shu remember this? But before Lin Yi could think too much, Shu passed the mid-tier golden cicada underwear to Lin Yi and said, "Shield bro, wash it first before using it." Lin Yi nodded. "Actually, without this thing, Zhong Pingliang has nothing to rely on. I don't need to wear it to win against him." "No, Zhong Pingliang has I don't know what it's called. It's something like the Jingu Bang." It seems to be able to break through people's chi protection and injure them with a stick. What if he hits you with a stick? Yushu said worriedly. Oh, that's a good thing. Linny nodded. All right, I'll wear it and deal with him tomorrow. Okay, finally done. Otherwise, this guy would be so annoying. Meng Yao let out a breath of relief after hearing Lin Yi's words. Since you guys are back, I'll go check on Han Jingjing. Have you guys seen each other these 2 days? Lin Yi asked. Not really. That girl is always studying stuff. We don't disturb her when there's nothing important, Meng Yao said. But Wang Xinyan came yesterday and asked where you were. Wang Xinyan? He came yesterday? Lin Yi paused. Yeah. She said she felt a little dizzy and wanted to ask you for help, but you weren't there, so she left, Meng Yao said. Dizzy? Lin Yi blinked. I think it's just that Xinyan misses Shield Bro and has no excuse. So she said she felt dizzy. Yushu said, Shu, don't talk nonsense. Do you think everyone is like you? Meng Yao glared at Shu and turned to Lin. I wouldn't have thought about it if you didn't mention it. Hurry up and call her. Ask her what's going on. Okay. Lin, he was a little nervous. What was going on with Xinyan's dizziness? He didn't want anything to happen to Xinyan. Even if he didn't consider it from a relationship perspective, Xinyan was still very useful to him. And so, Lin Yi gave up on the idea of looking for Han Jingjing and called Xinyan directly. It didn't take long before Xinyan's lazy voice came from the other side. Hello, Lin Yi? It's me, Xinyan. How are you? I'm back. Yao Yao said you felt a little dizzy. Are you feeling better? Lin Yi asked. I don't know what's going on. I just felt a little dizzy, and I fell asleep. Xinyan rarely slept during the day, and she didn't know why she'd fallen asleep earlier. Maybe it's a flu. Cold. Wait for me then. I'll go to school. Lin Yi said, catching a cold isn't a small thing. You can't let your guard down. You might not even be able to go to class if it gets serious. It's not that serious, is it? I'm so sleepy, Xinyan said. I'm in the dorm. You can't come in. Why don't you let Yao Yao and Shu pick you up? You can have dinner at my place tonight, or you can sleep at my place if you can't. I'll keep an eye on you, Lin Yi said. He'd said it for Xinyan's sake, but he couldn't help but think about how he'd be able to hug Xinyan and train at night. He couldn't help but think about the ambiguous relationship between the two of them. I don't think it'd be too much trouble. Xinyan didn't reject it, but said that it wouldn't be too much trouble for Meng Yao and Yushu. This made Lin Yi happy. It's fine, it's no trouble at all, Lin Yi said. Then, all right, I'll clean up first. I'll be going downstairs by the time they get here. Xinyan agreed after some thought. Chapter 25:19. All right, Lin Yi hung up and turned to Meng Yao. He was just about to say something when someone beat him to it. See, Yao Yao? Shield Bro's forgetting his old love after finding a new one. He's treating us like errand runners. He didn't even ask us before telling Xi and Yin Sis that it's no trouble. Yushu said with a resentful look on her face. All right, Shu, stop pretending. Isn't Wang Xinyan sick? Meng Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Besides, weren't you the one who made her Lin Yi's first wife? I'm just saying it casually. Yushu smiled and lowered her voice to Meng Yao. Yao Yao, I'm fighting for your interests. Are you not going to do anything with Shield Bro in the future? I'm helping you make your presence known. All right, let's not talk about stuff like that. Meng Yao's face reddened as she coughed. Let's go find Wang Xinyan. We don't want her waiting for us. Yushu and Meng Yao mumbled as they walked out of the villa. Their voices weren't loud, but Lin Yi could still hear them clearly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. His relationship with Meng Yao and Yushu was a little weird, wasn't it? In fact, it wasn't that Lin Yi didn't like the eldest miss, but the eldest miss's mind was erratic. Sometimes she was passionate, sometimes she was cold. When Lin Yi hooked up with other men, the eldest miss was unhappy. When Lin Yi wanted to go further with her, the eldest miss retreated. Lin Yi was afraid of scaring her, so he could only let nature take its course. Moreover, he was her follower. Stealing a young lady's mistress was a bit inappropriate no matter what, and it would damage his reputation if it was spread out. Although Lin Yi wasn't Meng Yao's bodyguard anymore, it was still a taboo in the industry. It didn't take long for Meng Yao and Yushu to return, bringing Xinyan back with them. Xin Yan had combed her hair and washed her face, but Lin Yi could still see the weariness in her. "Oh, shield bro, I brought Xin Yan sis here. It's up to you whether you want to push her down, cure her, or train her. I'll go watch TV with Yao Yao." Yushu pushed Xin Yan in front of Lin. "Oh, Xian Yan, were you feeling unwell?" Lin Yi hesitated and said, "Let's go to my room." "Yeah." Xin Yan humphed in a nasally voice. She followed Lin Yi into his room. Wang Xinyan had expected this to happen. She was already here. Even if Lin Yi treated her, she wouldn't be able to do so. But how could he let go of the opportunity to cultivate? Of course, Xinyan thought that Lin Yi was an honest man, and that he'd only called her here to train. He didn't have any dirty intentions. Since she was already here, Xinyan didn't put up her guard. She entered Lin Yi's room and took off her jacket before lying on Lin Yi's bed. Lin Yi wasn't in a rush to cultivate. He first checked Xinyan's pulse, but immediately after, Lin Yi frowned. Lin Yi frowned. Xinyan's illness didn't seem to be the flu. There were no signs of cold. "Xinyan, other than dizziness, do you have any other symptoms?" Lin Yi asked. "No." "What's wrong?" "My body." "Is there something wrong?" Xinyan was shocked after hearing Lin Yi's words. "That's not it." Lin Yi shook his head and said, "You don't have a cold, but there's nothing wrong with your body. You're just a little weak. You said before that your body hasn't been well since you were young. This should be the reason." "Oh, I see. It's good that you're not sick." Xinyan sighed in relief and nodded. "I'm not sick, but my body is a little too weak." Lin Yi said, "How about this? I'll make you a dose of medicine. Drink it for a few days, and it should be fine." "And, okay." Xinyan didn't reject Lin Yi's words at all. She'd do whatever he said. "Then you rest well. I'm going out for a bit," Lin Yi said as he stood up and quickly left the room. Meng Yao and Yushu were watching TV in the living room when they saw Lin Yi walk out of his room, a little confused. "Shield bro, why are you out again?" Yushu looked at Lin Yi confused. "I'm going to the pharmacy to get some medicine. I'll be back in a bit," Lin Yi said. "Then go. Don't worry about home. I'll take care of Xinyan for you," Meng Yao said quickly. Lin Yi nodded and quickly left the villa, driving to the biggest pharmacy nearby. Lin Yi didn't need to copy the prescription at all. He just had to say it once at the pharmacy. Xinyan only needed to nourish her body, and she didn't need too many treasures. She could buy all the medicine from a normal pharmacy. When Lin Yi got back to the villa, he saw that Xinyan had already changed into her pajamas. She was sitting on the sofa, watching TV with Meng Yao and the others listlessly. She yawned when she saw Lin Yi and said to Lin Yi lazily, "Lin Yi, you're back." "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for, Xinyan?" "Go take a nap if you're sleepy. It'll take a while for me to brew the medicine," Lin Yi said, seeing that Xinyan wasn't in a good state. "It's okay. I can rest here. I'll sleep after I drink the medicine," Xinyan said. "All right. Then sleep after you drink the medicine," Lin Yi said as he went to the kitchen to boil the medicine. "Shield bro is so considerate." "Xinyan sis, don't you feel happy?" Yushu whispered after Lin Yi left. "Huh. Xinyan blushed. She didn't know how to answer. To be honest, she liked Lin Yi, and she was touched by what Lin Yi had done for her. But because of House Kong, House Yu, and Sky Elixir, she couldn't tell Lin Yi the truth. "Don't be shy, Xinyan sis. Why you like Yao Yao sis? You like Shield bro, but you won't admit it." Yushu sighed. "I really don't understand you two. What's going on in your head?" "Shu, don't talk nonsense. Why are you dragging me into this again?" Meng Yao said, not in a good mood. "Fine, it's hard to be a good person, but it's hard to be a good person." Yushu shrugged and went back to watching TV. Lin Yi brewed the medicine quickly and passed it to Xinyan with a smile. "Xinyan, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Hurry up and drink it." Chapter 25:20. Xinyan blushed a little as she took the medicine from Lin Yi's hand and started drinking it. Lin Yi's thoughts drifted to the ice palace, thousands of miles away. He thought of Xiao Xiao, his cute little wife. Was she doing well? Lin Yi hadn't heard from her in a long time, and he was starting to miss her. If it was possible, Lin, he would go to the Ice Palace himself to visit her. But he couldn't do that right now. He couldn't make a third-level pill like the Ice Hard J-Bone pill. Even if he did, crystal candy wouldn't be nice to him. So, Lin, he decided to wait until he could make a third-level pill with Han Jingjing and become a Sky Class. Only then would Lin he go to the Ice Palace and see if crystal candy was still his little wife. Meng Yao could guess what was on Lin Yi's mind when she saw the dazed expression on Lin Yi's face. He was probably thinking about Tang Yin. She kicked Shu. Don't talk nonsense. What's the point of saying that now? Shu paused, but she was smart enough to figure out. She stuck her tongue out and turned to Lin Yi. It's okay. I'll help Shield Bro find another little wife. Han Jingjing looks good. She'll be a perfect match for Xin Yan sis. Lin Yi was speechless. How could they be a perfect match? Xin Yan was a little sleepy after drinking the medicine. Her eyelids were fighting to keep her eyelids open. Lin Yi smiled at her. Xin Yan, why don't you go rest? You'll be fine after drinking the medicine. You'll be fine tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Xin Yan nodded and stood up, walking to Lin Yi's room. The meaning behind this was self-evident. Xin Yan didn't want to say it out loud, but her actions made it clear. She was supposed to sleep with Meng Yao and Yu Shu, but she chose to sleep in Lin Yi's room instead. It didn't matter if it was just to help Lin Yi with his training. This was a clear sign that Xin Yan liked Lin Yi, and Meng Yao could see that. Yu Shu could see it, and so could Lin Yi. But they all understood that Xin Yan might have some concerns in her heart, and Lin Yi was trying to help her with that as well, but to no avail. Hurry up, Shield Bro, what are you waiting for? Yu Shu urged after seeing that Lin Yi didn't follow them into the room. Then, I'll go to bed first. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. Shu, I'm sleepy too. Let's go get some sleep. Meng Yao yawned as she turned off the TV. But I'm not sleepy. Yu Shu's eyes were wide open. Are you sleepy? Meng Yao pinched Yu Shu. Ugh. Yu Shu felt the pain. I'm more awake now. What about now? Meng Yao pinched even harder. Now. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy, all right? I'm going to sleep. Yu Shu said with a grimace. Go to sleep if you're sleepy. Meng Yao dragged Yu Shu upstairs. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched the two leave, but he was grateful for the misunderstanding. Lin Yi was sleeping with Xin Yan to increase his strength, and Meng Yao was very supportive of the situation. When they got back to the room, Lin Yi found that Xin Yan was already asleep, lying on the bed with a sweet smile on her pretty face. She looked very calm and at ease. Lin Yi didn't think that Xin Yan would fall asleep so easily in his bed. It seemed that Xin Yan really believed that he wouldn't do anything inappropriate to her. Lin Yi didn't waste any time. Xin Yan was being so generous, so there was no reason for him to be so unreasonable. He got on the bed and pulled Xin Yan into his arms, channeling the second stage of the art of dragon mastery. Xin Yan felt as if she could feel Lin Yi's embrace. The corner of her mouth moved a little, but she was still sleeping soundly. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. It was a quiet night, and Xin Yan slept very well. She slept from 6 o'clock all the way until the sun rose. She only opened her eyes at 6 the next morning. She slept for a whole 12 hours. Xin Yan woke up to find herself in Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi was very well behaved and didn't touch any sensitive parts of her body, but it was still enough to make Xin Yan sigh a little. She'd always wanted to keep her distance from Lin Yi, but she'd still been touched enough to sleep with Lin Yi last night. She hadn't thought much about it last night, but she couldn't help but think about a lot of things when she woke up today. If she were to keep this up with Lin Yi, then Xin Yan didn't dare to think about it. You're awake? Lin Yi asked, coming back to reality from the jade space after noticing Xin Yan's movements. Yeah, Xin Yan nodded as she tried to struggle out of Lin Yi's embrace, but the little bunny on her chest accidentally rubbed against Lin Yi's arm. Ah! Xin Yan let out a squeal. Ugh, I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Yi blinked, smiling bitterly. It's not your fault. Xin Yan was even more embarrassed, but she felt that Lin Yi's arm wasn't going to loosen up yet. He was still on top of her rabbit. She was a little embarrassed. You're still not letting go? Ugh. Okay, I forgot. Lin Yi loosened his arm unwillingly. Xin Yan glared at Lin Yi, annoyed. Don't push your luck. I really didn't do it on purpose. Plus, you were the one who moved. Lin Yi was speechless. Stop it. Xin Yan's face turned even redder as she turned her head away, not daring to look at Linny. All right, I'll stop. Thank you, Xin Yan. Lin, he thanked her from the bottom of his heart. It's nothing. If it weren't for you taking care of me, I wouldn't have recovered yet. Xin Yan thought back to how Lin, he had been busy making medicine for her yesterday, and her embarrassment towards Lin, he lessened quite a bit. She hesitated, but still decided to speak up. Lin, can you not tell anyone about what happened yesterday? Yesterday? What happened? Linny blinked, not understanding what Xin Yan was talking about. It's about us sleeping together. Xin Yan stuttered. Chapter 25-21. You're not planning on showing off, are you? Xin Yan said, surprised at the look on Lin Yi's face. She knew that some guys were bored going to school after sleeping with their girlfriends. Of course, if they slept with a female classmate who wasn't their girlfriend, then they'd boast even more about how amazing they were. Ugh, am I that kind of person? Lin Yi didn't know if he should laugh or cry. If I were that shallow, I'd just say that I'm living with 3 school beauties. Xin Yan thought about it and agreed. Lin Yi wasn't that kind of person, was he? She wasn't worried about Lin Yi telling everyone that he slept with her, but she was worried that Xiaolong would hear about it, and Xiaolong would ask the Sky Elixir sect for help against Lin Yi. After all, they slept together during military training, and that was with their clothes on, with many classmates around them. Sleeping in Lin Yi's villa was a different story. Who would believe that they didn't do anything? You're right, I was thinking too much. Xin Yan nodded, but I feel a lot better after a nap. Then come sleep with me tonight. Lin Yi invited. I'm fine now, right? Xin Yan said, a little flustered at Lin Yi's blatant invitation. I bought a course of medicine. I need to consolidate it. You're weak, not sick. Lin Yi said seriously. Then, all right, but how long? Not too long. Mei Wei and Ling will get suspicious if I don't stay in the dorms for a long time. Xin Yan agreed after some hesitation, but she was still a little worried. Just a week. Lin Yi felt a little regretful. Xin Yan still couldn't let go of her worries, it seemed. All right. Xin Yan nodded, agreeing to it. I'll go make breakfast then. You sleep a bit more. Lin Yi said as he stood up. Do you need my help? Xin Yan asked. No need. Lin Yi smiled and walked out of the room. Lin Yi made breakfast with ease. Grandma Sun and Faubert left, and Lin Yi became the Mrs. Valet again. Well, now he was the valet of the 4 misses, including Han Jingjing. Lin Yi called Meng Yao and Yushu downstairs after making breakfast. He then called Han Jingjing and told her to bring Han Xiaoqiao over. Shu's starving. I haven't eaten anything since last night. Yao Yao's so mean. I'm starving to death in the middle of the night. I wanted to ask Shield Bro to make me something to eat, but Yao Yao wouldn't let me. She even forced me to sleep, telling me that I wouldn't be hungry if I fell asleep. Yushu complained as she went downstairs. Lin Yi didn't expect the miss to have such a funny side to her. Ha! In the end, Shu had a dream the whole night, dreaming that there was a piece of shark meat in front of her, but she couldn't eat it no matter what. Yushu said as she sat down at the table and started munching on a fried cake. It's not as good as shark meat, but it's still good enough. Shield Bro's breakfast is really good. Can't you shut your mouth with food? Meng Yao glared at Yushu. Eat it if you're hungry. Why are you wasting time? Are you an old lady? Yushu stopped talking and started devouring the food in front of her. Xin Yan only realized then that this villa was filled with joy. Yushu was a jokester, and a few words from her could make people laugh out loud. Han Jingjing came with Han Xiaoqiao soon, and Xin Yan was there as well. Han Jingjing was an exception, but she didn't ask. After breakfast, the 6 went to school together in Lin Yi's 7-seater Cherokee. What Lin Yi didn't expect, however, was that Lin Yi ran into someone he didn't want to see early in the morning. It was Pin Yang. Pin Liang had just arrived at school with Xiaofu. The 2 of them lived on campus, but the environment wasn't as good as the outside. As soon as they arrived, they rented an apartment near the school and stayed there every night. Pin Liang's eyes were about to spit fire when he saw Lin Yi and Meng Yao get out of the car. Pin Liang cursed inwardly. Look at you, Lin Yi. There's so many beauties around you, and you're only giving Meng Yao to me? However, Pin Liang was still very magnanimous in front of Meng Yao. He walked up to them. Isn't this Yao and Shu? Linny, it's been hard being a bodyguard for you. If you're tired, just let me fuck you. You're a loser, and you're still talking big? You lost 1,000 kwai to me yesterday. Why don't you remember? Lin, he looked at Pin Liang mockingly. I say, Pin Liang, you went to the everyday and everyday sect. Why don't you remember? Your follower Zhang Naipeo got beaten up by me, and you want to follow in his footsteps? Pin Yang laughed at Lin Yi's words. I say, Lin, didn't you beat me yesterday? But I'm perfectly fine. Look at me now. Do I look like I'm injured? Not only can I run, but I can also jump. Look at how agile I am. Are you a monkey? Lin, he asked as he looked at the bouncing Pin Yang. Don't talk about useless things. Pin Liang didn't mind at all. He waved his hand. Linny, since we've met here, I won't waste my time looking for you. Pin Liang, hereby announce that I'm officially challenging you for the position of Meng Yao's personal bodyguard. What do you think? Do you dare accept? Accept? What's in it for you? The position is yours if you lose, but you get nothing if you win? Do you think everyone's as stupid as you? Lin, he curled his lips in disdain. Then what do you think I should do? What would make you accept my challenge? Pin Liang paused. But I think you're probably afraid to accept my challenge because you're afraid of losing. You couldn't do anything to me yesterday, and it'll be the same today. I didn't even want to fight you yesterday. We're old classmates, after all. I didn't even kill Zhang Naipeo, so why would I kill you? If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. Why would I wait until now? Lin, he said mockingly. Fuck. Stop bullshitting, just say it. Do you dare accept my challenge? Pin Yang panicked. I can accept the challenge. It's not that I can't, but there should be some stakes, right? Linny said, if I lose, I'll give the position to you. If you lose, you have to give me something, right? What do you want? Pin Yang asked. Chapter 25-22. Wah! Who said I'm done? Pin Liang's heart skipped a beat as he covered his chest subconsciously. Who said my underwear? What underwear? Lin, he looked at Pin Liang, stunned. I'm talking about that metal rod. Don't you use it to beat people up all the time? Do I even need to tell you? Oh, you're talking about the metal rod. Pin Liang breathed out in relief. He thought that Lin, he was talking about his mid-level golden cicada underwear, and he was afraid that Lin, he wouldn't know his secret. It was fine as long as it wasn't the mid-level golden cicada underwear. It seemed like Lin, he didn't know his secret yet. As for the steel rod, it wasn't a bad idea to use it as a wager. After all, Pin Liang didn't think that Lin, he had the ability to beat him. As long as he set the rules, he wasn't afraid of Lin Yi. What, you don't want to? Lin, he found a look on Pin Liang's face funny. Says who? I'm just worried that you won't be able to win. Pin Liang waved his hand generously. All right, we'll use my metal rod as the wager. If you win, you take it. If you lose, you'll have to give up your spot. What do you think? All right, it's a deal. Lin, he nodded. All right, Yao, Shu, you guys are listening on the sidelines. You guys can be witnesses. This afternoon, we'll still be at the field where the arena was. We'll have a personal trainer competition. Pin Liang said. All right, Liang Yi, I'm rooting for you, but I'm rooting for Shield Bro too. Yushu's nonsense made Pin Liang depressed. He was happy with the first half of the sentence, but the second half made him realize that Yushu wasn't helping either side. Pin Liang, however, thought that this was a good thing. Yushu had always been biased towards Lin Yi, treating him as an enemy. Now that she was treating him the same, it meant that she'd improved. Pin Liang was happy again. All right, noon it is then. Lin Yi replied. Yao, is your cold better? Pin Liang and Lin Yi agreed on a time for the match, and he shifted the topic back to Meng Yao. Much better, I'm fine now. Meng Yao nodded. Then at noon, you must come and watch the competition between me and Lin Yi. At that time, Yao, you will see it with your own eyes. Then you will know who is the most competent bodyguard. Pin Liang said, the most important thing for a bodyguard is to be able to take a beating. Taking a beating for the employer is the only way to protect the employer. Don't worry, Xiao Liangzi. I will bring Sister Yao to watch the battle. Yushu gave Pinliang a don't-worry look before whispering, "But you need to try your best. Don't drop the ball at the critical moment. I won't be able to help you if you really lose." "No problem, Shu sis. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. I'll definitely win." Pinliang was filled with confidence after hearing Yushu's words. He felt very refreshed from head to toe. The group split up in the parking lot. Lin Yi, Han Jingjing, and Xinyan went to the biology building together, while Meng Yao, Yushu, and Han Xiaoqiao went to the economics building. Pinliang, on the other hand, had already come to school, but a self-funded student like him was only here to get a diploma. It didn't matter if he went to class or not. He went straight to the dorm with Xiaofu to prepare for the competition at noon. Jing, I've sold all those elixirs, and I've contacted another supplier. If it's possible, we will make more elixirs for sale. Lin Yi didn't hide anything from Xinyan and told Han Jingjing directly. Sure, but Jing's alchemy skills are limited. Without Lin Yi Bro's help, I won't be able to make that many elixirs. Han Jingjing said, It's fine, I'll help you. Lin Yi nodded. The three didn't say anything else and entered the classroom. Right Panhu and Xiaolong watched Lin Yi walk in with Han Jingjing and Xinyan. Anger flashed in their eyes, but they were smart enough not to cause trouble for Lin Yi. The two of them had placed their hopes on Pinliang to cause trouble for Lin Yi. Pinliang didn't do anything to Lin Yi yesterday, but Lin Yi didn't do anything to Pinliang either. This meant that Lin Yi wasn't invincible yet. They had high hopes for Pinliang, hoping that he could surprise them. What a coward, Xiaolong said in a low voice. I'm the elder brother of the Sky Elixir Sex Heir, but I have to suffer like this every day, watching my fiancée get close to another man. I can't do anything about it. There's nothing we can do, Brother Kong. Just bear with it. Don't talk about cowardice. Our hidden house you is even more cowardly. Right Panhu said gloomily. We went to the practitioner's market to buy things in the hidden house you. But not only did Lin Yi get the things first, but Lin Yi also stole the elixir money. Right Panhu already knew that the third brother of the right was stolen by Lin Yi. He felt depressed about it. Even Oldie didn't say anything, but Right Panhu felt it was unfair. Seeing Lin Yi getting more and more domineering and gaining more and more power in the hidden houses, Right Panhu was shocked. He'd had to rely on the Ice Palace's support to get a place in the hidden house during Elder Tang's birthday banquet, didn't he? But now, a few months had passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yi alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the hidden houses, especially the sky-class skill that Lin Yi used on the stage yesterday. It made Right Panhu's jaw drop. With that kind of power, not just the third brother of the right, any sky-class master in the hidden house, you wouldn't be able to take it. It could be said that whoever was hit would be crippled. Can't we deal with this kid? Xiaolong was very sullen. He never had a good time with Lin Yi. House Kong had always been suppressed by Lin Yi, and they never had a chance to turn things around. Even if we don't deal with him now, someone else will deal with him for us. Why not? Right Panhu shook his head. Since the disciples of the Everyday and Everyday sect are involved, let him deal with it. The Everyday and Everyday sect isn't weaker than the Sky Elixir sect. In fact, they're even more evil. That's true. I hope Zhong Pingliang won't disappoint us. Xiaolong nodded. Lin Yi spent the entire morning practicing, and Pinliang, on the other hand, was already at the school. Chapter 25-23. Xiaolong was also the first to receive the news. He looked at his phone and laughed. Oh, Lil, right, you're right. Pinliang really doesn't want to be left out. He's going to challenge Lin Yi this afternoon. See, that's what I said. We'll just wait and see. There's someone helping us take care of Lin Yi for now, so we don't have to do anything. Panhu Wright said proudly. We'll go watch at noon. Of course we have to. Xiaolong agreed. After lunch, it was almost 12. A large number of students gathered near the gymnasium. The student council even sent some of their members to maintain order. Sparring between students wasn't forbidden by the school. It was one of the extracurricular activities. As long as both parties didn't cross the line, the school wouldn't interfere. After all, martial arts clubs, boxing clubs, taekwondo clubs, and so on often competed and sparred with each other. Pinliang was already standing on the stage, and Xiaofu was busy setting up the banners. The theme of today's banners was Bodyguard Battle. It looked a little silly, but it was a synonym for romance in a university. Someone was playing a guitar and setting up a flower formation in front of the girls' dorm. But it was romantic. Most of them failed, but there were some who succeeded and touched the goddess of their hearts. Of course, Pin Liang did this on purpose. The goal was to create a difference from yesterday. If someone were to bring up yesterday's incident, wouldn't that mean he was cheating? He couldn't explain himself. Fuck, it's 12:20 already. Why isn't Lenny here yet? Pin Liang looked at his watch and mumbled. I bought a watch last year. At the beginning, Pin Liang stood on the stage with his hands behind his back, looking cool and cool. But that was under the assumption that Lin Yi would arrive soon. Pin Liang had been standing on the stage for more than 20 minutes now. Even if he wasn't tired himself, the students below the stage were starting to get tired. Was he trying to act cool for them to see? Liang bro, didn't we agree on 12:30? There's still 10 minutes left, Xiaofu said quickly. Fuck, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come so early. Pin Liang was a little depressed. He found a chair and sat down, not boasting anymore as he waited for Lenny. However, just as he sat down on the chair, he discovered that a figure had appeared in front of him with a leap. Lin Yi had arrived. He was standing in the arena, looking down at Pin Liang. Liangzi, you're quite comfortable here, right? Resting before the battle? Lin Yi said after seeing Pin Liang sit down. He'd probably tormented him a little. Fuck. Pin Liang almost exploded when he saw Lin Yi. This guy didn't come when he was acting cool, but came when he was sitting down? What was the meaning of this? Was this a scam? Pin Liang, however, saw that Meng Yao and Yushu were here as well. He didn't want to lose face and argue with Lin Yi about pointless stuff like that. So he stood up. I'm the host, so it's normal for me to come first. It's no big deal. Let's begin then. How are we going to compete? What do you think? My time is limited, and I need to go rest after I'm done with you. Lin Yi smiled, but Pin Liang felt like he was asking for a beating. The rules are simple. We have half an hour from now until class starts at 1. We'll fight within that time, and whoever can beat the other up. Yes, until the other vomits blood and can't get up, that's the winner. Pin Liang made sure to set the conditions. You have to vomit blood. That's it. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. All right, I'll make sure you vomit blood. Ugh, why did Pin Liang feel like Lin Yi wasn't afraid at all? That shouldn't be the case. Did he think of some killer move again? Pin Liang suddenly thought of Zhang Naipeo. Was Lin Yi planning to use some killer move today? No, even if it was a killer move, his mid-tier golden cicada underwear could defend against it. But, just to be safe, Pin Liang added another condition. Of course, we can't kill each other. We're in school, and we can't kill each other. Don't worry, just say it if you're afraid of dying. I'm not stupid enough to kill you in front of everyone. Lin Yi curled his lips. Naturally, Lin Yi wouldn't kill Pin Liang in school. Even if there was no one around, Lin Yi wouldn't kill him. Lin Yi wasn't a reckless person. Lin Yi's current strength was only enough to fight against the hidden houses. He was much stronger than before, but there was still a huge gap between him and the ancient sections. So, Lin Yi didn't want to mess with people from the ancient sects for now. I'm doing this for your own good, Pin Liang said shamelessly. All right, let's begin. Everyone be a witness. Whoever beats the other up until they vomit blood is the winner. Otherwise, you won't win even if you get knocked down 100 times. Many of the spectators had seen Pin Liang's match before, and they knew what he was capable of. Even if he was knocked down, he wouldn't get hurt at all. They started whispering to each other, cursing Pin Liang's incompetence. This guy was obviously very tanky, but why did he have to make such a ridiculous request? Although Lin Yi had beaten Pin Liang yesterday, he was still a long way from beating him up until he vomited blood. But Pin Liang didn't care what these people thought. What they thought had nothing to do with him. He only cared about Meng Yao and Yushu's thoughts. When he saw that Meng Yao and Yushu didn't reject his suggestion, he relaxed. It seemed like the relationship between Meng Yao, Yushu, and Lin Yi wasn't as solid as he thought. Maybe there was a crack in their relationship, and that was why his plan went so smoothly. It seemed like as long as he beat Lin Yi, it would be easy for him to replace Lin Yi. Then I'll begin, Lin Yi said as he punched at Pin Liang. This time, Lin Yi didn't use any skills at all. He only used his normal strength to punch at Pin Liang. His low-tier golden cicada undershirt could only defend against attacks from people below Earth class. Earth class masters couldn't defend against them, so Lin Yi only needed to hit him normally to cripple Pin Liang. Chapter 25-24. Bang! Pin Liang took a punch from Lin Yi, gritting his teeth as he stared at Lin Yi in shock. You? How is that possible? How could you hurt me? Pin Liang cried out in shock. Of course you're talking nonsense. You're just standing there and letting me hit you. How could it not hurt? Do you think that's realistic? Lin Yi asked back. But Pin Liang didn't even get a chance to ask before Lin Yi's fist came flying at him again. Bang! Ouch! Pin Liang cried out in pain as he took 2 steps back, falling on his butt. Pin Liang was wearing the low-grade golden cicada undershirt, but it was useless against Lin Yi, so a simple punch from Lin Yi was enough to make Pin Liang cry for his mom and dad. After all, the golden cicada undershirt's defense was strictly based on the level of chi used. It didn't matter how strong the attack was, as long as it was below Earth class, it would be able to defend against it. On the other hand, even a light punch with Earth class chi wouldn't be able to defend against it, and that was exactly what Pin Liang was facing right now. Lin Yi walked over and kicked Pin Liang's butt again, sending him sprawling on the ground. Impossible. This is impossible. Pin Liang crawled up from the ground and looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Aren't you in Earth class? Lin Yi ignored him and kicked Pin Liang's crotch again. Pin Liang cried out again as he clutched his balls and knelt on the ground, moaning and sweating profusely. Lin Yi, you're so sneaky. You can't do anything sneaky. Xiaofu called out when he saw Pin Liang in trouble. TCH, what's sneaky? Didn't we agree before? You just have to beat the guy until he coughs up blood. There's no rule against that. Bai Wei Tuo retorted. Gao Xiaofu immediately shut his mouth. He was speechless. Pin Liang, on the other hand, yelled for a long time before crawling up, clutching his balls. Lin Yi, you're a sky class? Bang! Pin Liang was answered with another kick. The kick landed squarely on Pin Liang's head. It wasn't enough to kill him, but it was enough to make him see stars. Pin Liang didn't even have time to react before Lin Yi kicked him again. Lin Yi didn't want to kill him, so it was too easy to make him suffer. Lin Yi was annoyed just looking at this guy, even though it was true that he liked Meng Yao. But this person's mentality had already reached a twisted and extreme point. How could Lin Yi sympathize with such a person who could kidnap, and was just short of rape? If he was as normal as Chen Yutian and Chen Tian, Lin Yi wouldn't mind giving him a fair fight. But this guy wasn't normal, and Lin Yi had no choice but to use abnormal methods to deal with him. Either his golden cicada undergarment had lost its effect, or Lin Yi had become a heaven stage expert. However, no matter which guess it was a little unrealistic. Pin Liang couldn't accept it. The golden cicada undergarment was a treasure bestowed upon him by the pure young heavenly venerable of the everyday and everyday sect. How could it fail? Moreover, it had been working well before. Why was it suddenly not working today? It didn't make sense at all. Yesterday, Lin Yi was still helpless against his underwear. Pin Liang also couldn't accept that Lin Yi had become an Earth class in one day. Lin Yi was still an Earth class mid-phase peak yesterday, and now he was Earth class late phase? Pin Liang believed it. Even when he was an Earth class late phase peak, Pin Liang still believed it. But reaching Sky class in one day, it was something Pin Liang couldn't accept. What kind of speed was this? Wasn't it too fast? With this speed, even if Lin Yi reached Heaven class late phase peak, Zhang Naipeo still wouldn't be able to take revenge. They couldn't hope for revenge in this lifetime. Stop. I give up. Pin Liang was on the verge of tears. Lin Yi's methods were very skillful. Pin Liang was in a lot of pain, but it didn't cause any internal injuries. Lin Yi was a doctor, and he had a deep understanding of the weak parts of the human body that weren't fatal. That was why Pin Liang was in such a tragic situation. And so, Pin Liang didn't care about winning or losing right now. He was about to be tortured to death by Lin Yi, and he'd embarrassed himself enough. He knew that Lin Yi could easily injure him now. As long as he broke his golden cicada undergarment, Lin Yi could easily kill him. Pin Liang guessed that Lin Yi didn't go all out because he was purposely torturing him, waiting for him to break down before giving him a heavy blow. As such, Pin Liang might as well just admit defeat. Pin Liang was curious as to how Lin Yi had managed to break his golden cicada undershirt, but that wasn't important anymore. The outcome was already decided, and he had no choice but to give up, no matter how unwilling he was. Oh, you haven't vomited blood yet. The match isn't over yet. Lin Yi sent another kick at Pin Liang's, but according to our agreement, you'll only lose if you beat the other party up until they're coughing up blood and can't get up. You haven't coughed up blood and can't get up yet, so you can't. Fuck. Pin Liang clenched his teeth and bit his lip, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He lay on the ground and yelled, "I've vomited blood, and I can't get up. Is that okay?" Pin Liang's actions were met with disdain from the students below the stage. They weren't idiots. How could Pin Liang vomit blood? It was only his lip that was bleeding. Wasn't this guy too shameless just because he was afraid of getting beaten up? Xiaofu was dumbfounded as well. What was going on? Wasn't Pin Liang supposed to win according to their plan? How'd he lose? Xiaofu, what are you looking at? Hurry up and announce the results. What are you doing? Pin Liang reminded Xiaofu when he saw him staring blankly off in the middle of the arena. Oh. Xiaofu came back to his senses and yelled, "I hereby announce that Pin Liang wins." What? What the fuck? That's cheating. He vomited blood and he still won. Are you kidding me? Even if there's someone behind the scenes, this can't happen. Do you think we're blind or stupid? Pin Liang, since Xiaofu said you won, let's continue. Lin Yi raised his right leg, ready to kick Pin Liang. Chapter 25. No. Lin Yi won. I was wrong. Xiaofu quickly changed his words, realizing that he'd said the result in his mind, but the result was completely different from what he'd expected. If that's the case, then I'll be leaving. Congratulations, Liangzi, you failed. Lin Yi smiled mockingly. Where's the rod? Ugh, that's... Pin Liang's heart skipped a beat as he remembered the bet he made with Lin Yi. Pin Liang didn't think it was possible for him to lose the match, so he agreed without a second thought when Lin Yi asked him to use the rod as a stake. Now, however, he wasn't willing to lose it to Lin Yi. What? You want to go back on your word? Lin Yi's eyes turned cold as he lowered his voice and whispered into Pin Liang's ear. You keep your promise, and I'll keep mine. If you don't, then you'll have to be careful tonight. Don't get robbed. You'll lose your rod, and you'll get killed as well. Pin Liang's eyes turned cold. Pin Liang was startled. That was right. Lin Yi wasn't just any normal person. He was someone who'd even cut out Jiang Wen's kidney. If Pin Liang broke his word, then he'd be in real danger. Of course, he didn't know that Lin Yi had reservations about killing him. From Pin Liang's point of view, Lin Yi was someone who didn't care about anything. After fighting the noble houses, he went on to fight the hidden houses. Even the ancient sects Zhang Naipeo and Feng Mitian were crippled by him. What did Pin Liang have to make Lin Yi worry about him? It was impossible. Lin Yi could crush him like an ant. And so, Pin Liang compromised. He took a deep breath and said to Xiaofu, "Xiaofu, give it to him." Okay. Xiaofu was a little heartbroken, but he didn't dare disobey Pin Liang's order. He didn't dare go against Lin Yi either. So he quickly passed the rod to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the rod with satisfaction and jumped off the stage, walking towards Meng Yao and Yushu. Oh, Shield Bro is the best. Liangzi, you disappoint me. It seems like you're still not good enough. Yushu looked at Pin Liang with pity. Pin Liang's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. It was over. He'd lost his chance. In his mind, Yushu had really supported him before, but now that he had wasted the opportunity, Yushu was a little disappointed in him. Yushu was an important middleman for him to chase after Meng Yao, to become Meng Yao's bodyguard. If Yushu were to give up and not help him, then he'd be in big trouble. let's go back to class. The Miss was still a woman of few words in front of outsiders. She only said those 6 words faintly before turning around and leaving with Yushu. But when she turned around, Lin E saw the trace of a smile on the Miss' lips. The Miss was still the Mississippi. This kind of personality made Lin E feel warm. He said goodbye to Bai Wei Tuo, and the two walked toward the biology building. Wang Xinyan didn't join in the fun at all. She was taking an afternoon nap in the classroom. She didn't know why, but she was sleeping a lot more than usual. She was a little confused, but she didn't think too much about it. Wait! Pin Yang stood up and called out to Linny. Linny, let's fight again if you dare. What else do you want? Linny asked, carrying the rod. I lost because I didn't use my weapon. That black iron staff is my ultimate weapon. I was tricked by you and used it as a wager, but if I use it as a weapon, I can definitely beat you. That wasn't what Pin Liang was thinking at all. He was thinking that Lin, he wouldn't be able to beat him up even if he coughed up blood, so he didn't need the steel rod at all. Beating Lin, like how he'd beaten Tiger Right and Pin Liang with a steel rod in front of everyone was too bloody, and the school would definitely intervene. It wouldn't be a fair fight either, so Pin Liang didn't use it. How could he have known that Lin, he would be able to tear through his mid-level golden cicada underwear? Pin Liang was both shocked and angered, and he couldn't care less anymore. If he didn't do something soon, Yushu was going to give up on him. He had no choice but to walk forward and act shamelessly again. Oh, it looks like you won't be satisfied if I don't fight you again, right? Lin Yi turned to Pin Liang and asked faintly. Of course. You attacked me before, so it's my turn to attack you now. Pin Liang said. All right then, since you want to get beaten up again, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Yi jumped up again and threw the rod to Pin Liang. Tell me, what are the rules this time? The rules this time are whoever begs first loses. What do you think? Pin Liang had the rod in his hand, and he was confident that he could beat Lin Yi until he begged for mercy. From what he could see, wasn't Tiger Right and achieving the same? Oh, all right, but what's the stake this time? Lin Yi asked. It's the same as before. If I win, I'll replace you and become Yao Yao's bodyguard. If you win, you take this rod away. Pin Yang said. Are you out of your mind? This mystic steel rod is mine now, but I'm lending it to you out of pity. Do you really think it's yours now? Lin Yi smiled coldly at Pin Yang. Pin Yang paused. He thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. Then, I don't have any treasures to lose to you. What do you say? How about this? If you lose, you'll announce on this stage that you won't harass Meng Yao anymore. What do you think? Lin Yi asked. No, absolutely not. Pin Liang hesitated, but his attitude was surprisingly firm. I'd rather die than be humiliated. I can't agree to this condition. Lin Yi was speechless. He didn't expect Pin Liang to have a bottom line. How about this? I'll leave if I lose. Pin Liang played a trick. He said he'd leave, but he didn't say he wouldn't come back. All right, of course. Lin Yi could see the loophole in his words, but he didn't want to argue with him. The sooner the fight was over, the better. Wouldn't Xiaolong's promise be worthless? Even if Pin Liang promised, Lin Yi couldn't do anything about it. Shameless people were invincible. Shall we begin? Pin Liang asked. Chapter 25-26. Wah! Pin Liang immediately started spinning the steel rod in his hand, covering his entire body with it. Pin Liang didn't have much strength, but he was very good at using the mystical steel rod. He covered all the weak points on his body, and Lin Yi couldn't hit him at all. Lin Yi couldn't help but be amused by Pin Liang's reaction. The kid really did have some talent, using defense as offense to close in on him. But was this mystical steel rod really that good? Lin Yi didn't have the chance to test it out when he held the steel rod in his hand, but from the looks of it, Pin Liang was very confident. Lin Yi threw a punch at Pin Liang, but Pin Liang didn't back down. He swung the steel rod at Lin Yi's arm. Bang! The steel rod smashed into Lin Yi's arm, while Lin Yi's fist smashed into Pin Liang's chest. Lin Yi's punch was just a test, and it wasn't much different from before, so Pin Liang could still take it. Pin Liang gritted his teeth and threw the steel rod at Lin Yi with all his might, one strike after another. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yi grimaced in pain from Pin Liang's attacks and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Pin Liang's steel rod was really good, able to break through a practitioner's chi protection. Of course, he didn't know if it was effective against the Sky class, but in Earth class Lin Yi couldn't defend against it. Of course, the steel rod couldn't do too much damage to Lin Yi. It couldn't kill him, but if he took too many hits, he would definitely get hurt. Lin Yi couldn't use his chi to defend himself and could only take the hits passively. Although, if Lin Yi clenched his teeth, he could kill Pin Liang quickly. But Lin Yi's goal wasn't to kill Pin Liang. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. But he couldn't do that now. Lin Yi couldn't keep punching Pin Liang like before. If he did that, he would definitely get beaten up. Lin Yi frowned. Although Lin Yi used the 2nd stage of the art of dragon mastery to heal him, Lin Yi still didn't want to be a human punching bag and get beaten up like an idiot. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before compressing a small chi bomb and throwing it at Pin Liang. Lin Yi could fire this type of bomb instantly, and it wouldn't do much damage. Pin Liang was charging forward with the rod when he felt something hit his leg. It was actually the chi bomb that exploded on his leg. And so, Pin Liang stumbled and fell to the ground. Lin Yi strode over and kicked the acupoint on Pin Liang's wrist. Pin Liang's grip loosened, and the steel rod fell to the side. Ah! Originally, the students below the stage thought that Pin Liang could turn the tables after seeing his bravery. Even Xiaofu thought that he was almost going to win this time. But what they didn't expect was that Pin Liang was beaten to the ground after a few moves, and Lin Yi gave him a good kick. Yushu and Meng Yao, on the other hand, watched the stage calmly. They knew that even if Pin Liang had the steel rod, it wouldn't be able to do anything to Lin Yi. The rod could break through a practitioner's chi protection, but with Pin Liang's strength, he still had the strength of a normal person. It was still the power of an ordinary person. It was certain that they could hurt Lin Yi, but Lin Yi could heal himself. Unlike Zhao Qibing and Right Coiling Tiger, Lin Yi's counterattack was effective, and their counterattacks were ineffective. Therefore, Zhong Pingliang was doomed to a tragic end. Even if Lin Yi didn't use the mini chi bomb, he could still beat the crap out of Zhong Pingliang. It was just that he'd have to pay the price. Io, stop hitting me. Stop. I admit defeat. I admit defeat, okay? Pin Liang said helplessly. Oh, you really lost this time, right? You won't regret it, will you? Lin Yi stopped beating Pin Liang. No, I really lost. Pin Liang nodded and climbed up from the ground. He handed the steel rod to Lin Yi. You can have it, I lost. Lin Yi nodded and jumped off the stage with the steel rod. Lin Yi left, and so did Meng Yao and Yushu. Soon, the others dispersed as well. Pin Liang climbed up from the stage after Lin Yi was gone. He wasn't hurt at all. Lin Yi had held back when he hit him, and Pin Liang could feel it. He blamed it on Lin Yi not wanting to cause too much bloodshed in the school. Right, Coiling Tiger, wait. Pin Liang called out to Coiling Tiger, Xiaolong, Yellow Hair, and Purple Hair who were about to leave. Liang, bro, what are you doing? Pin Liang had just been taught a lesson by Lin Yi, but Coiling Tiger wasn't Lin Yi. He didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of Pin Liang. So he stopped and turned around with a smile. But he was cursing in his heart. Pin Liang, you look like you're strong, but didn't you get beaten up by Lin Yi until you cried for your mom and dad? What the hell? You can only show off in front of weaklings like us, but when you're in front of Lin Yi, you still have to admit defeat. Bully the weak and fear the strong. Fighting with Lin Yi, he wasn't as strong as before, and his weapon wasn't as good as before. How embarrassing. He and Xiaolong had placed their hopes on Pin Liang to take care of Lin Yi. Purple Hair, you're the strongest, right? Come here and beat me up. Pin Liang pointed at Purple Hair. Me? Beat you up? Purple Hair's eyes widened as he dug his ears, thinking that he heard wrong. Liang, bro, what are you saying? Are you kidding me? Of course, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Hurry up, come and beat me up, Pin Liang ordered. Purple Hair hesitated. He didn't know what Pin Liang meant. Was he messing with him, or did he really want to get beaten up? Liang, bro, what do you mean? Explain yourself, or else Purple Hair wouldn't dare hit you. Coiling Tiger left had no choice but to ask for his subordinate. Nothing. I'm just trying to see if I could defend against his attacks. Pin Liang said, Come, hit me a few times. Stop when I tell you to stop. Oh. Coiling Tiger left hesitated and said to Purple Hair, Then go try it. All right. Purple Hair nodded and walked in front of Pin Liang. He stretched out his fist and tried hitting Pin Liang. Chapter 25-27. All right, I'll hit you then. Although the Purple Hair didn't use his full strength in that punch, he still used 30 to 40% of his strength. But Pin Liang didn't seem to be affected at all. The Purple Hair didn't hold back and quickly punched Pin Liang's body with a bang. Harder, keep hitting. Pin Liang didn't feel anything and continued to order. Oh, Purple Hair was now sure that Pin Liang wasn't afraid of beating him up and was here to beat him up. Although he knew that beating him up was pointless, he was still pissed off after being taught a lesson by Pin Liang earlier. Hence, with the resentment in his heart, Purple Hair hit harder and harder. Right Coiling Tiger and Blondie watched enviously. They were also victims in the past. Right Coiling Tiger asked enviously, Brother Liang, why don't Blondie and I try hitting you too? Go ahead. Pin Liang nodded without hesitation. He wanted to see how strong he was, so he agreed without hesitation. Right Coiling Tiger and Yellow Hair were overjoyed, and together with Purple Hair, they started hitting Pin Liang from all sides. However, their hands were hurting, but Pin Liang was still fine, as if he wasn't hurt at all. Pan Huyu, Purple Hair, and Yellow Hair, on the other hand, were exhausted. They used all their strength, but couldn't do anything to Pin Liang. That's enough. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Pin Liang waved his hand. His golden cicada underwear didn't work, so why didn't it work on Lin Yi? Oh, it's all right. All right. Right Coiling Tiger reluctantly stopped. Purple Hair and Yellow Hair also reluctantly stopped. Although they were exhausted from beating people up and their hands were sore, it felt good. They were happy in their hearts. All right, you guys can leave. There's nothing else for you guys to do. Pin Liang said to Pan Huyu and walked back to the dorms with Xiaofu, who had just cleaned up the arena. Pan Huyu and the others looked at each other and left in a hurry. Pin Liang was really strange. He didn't react no matter how they hit him, but how did Lin Yi make him cry for his mom and dad? These people did not understand, but they could only come to one conclusion, and that was that Lin Yi was too powerful and not an ordinary person. If even Pin Liang wasn't a match for Lin Yi, then they had to be even more careful and avoid provoking Lin, Brother Liang. What's going on today? Why is Lin Yi able to hit you all of a sudden? Gao Xiaofu asked curiously. I don't know, who knows? I thought my underwear was malfunctioning, but I got Tiger right and the others to test it, and there's nothing wrong with it. Pin Liang frowned. Did Lin Yi become a sky class in 2 days? That's impossible, right? How could he level up so quickly? Yeah, I also think it's a little unbelievable. Besides, Brother Liang, your advantage was so obvious just now, so why did you suddenly fall and get beaten up by Lin Yi? Gao Xiaofu recalled the strange situation from before. So she asked, Didn't Lin Yi hit my leg? Pin Liang didn't pay much attention at the time, thinking that it was Lin Yi who ambushed his leg and caused him to fall. No, Lin Yi didn't even get close to you. All we saw was that you fell out of nowhere, Liang bro. Gao Xiaofu said. No way. That weird? I clearly felt pain in my leg, like I was hit. Pin Liang thought about it and felt that Lin Yi was too weird and couldn't be judged with common sense. He shook his head. Forget it. Let's not think about it. It seems like we were thinking too simply. Pack up. We'll be going up the mountain in 2 days to return to the everyday and everyday sect. All right. Gao Xiaofu didn't dare say anything else. He nodded. In the hidden house Zhao, an old man came to Elder Zhao excitedly with a small box in his hand. Elder, we got a lot from the cultivator's market auction. This time, there were a lot of small chi gathering pills, and there were only 1 or 2 in the past. We couldn't even get one with our wealth, but we finally got 4 this time. Of course, this is also because we've earned a lot of money recently, and now that we have money, we're confident enough to bid. Before, we'd have to give up if the price went over 10 million. House Xiao didn't have much money in the past, otherwise they wouldn't have sent Qibing to the common world to earn money. No matter how much money Cihua made, the money he earned had to be calculated carefully to keep House Xiao afloat. Taking out 10 million to buy pills was quite extravagant. One could say that the hidden houses weren't as rich as the common houses, and this was why House Yu was able to earn money through the common House Yu. Now, without the restraints of the Hidden Family Arbitration Association, the Hidden Zhao family began to do business in East Ocean City like crazy. With the Hidden Zhao family's connections, they easily accumulated a huge amount of wealth. Even Lei Daming had brought over 100 million to House Zhao in a short amount of time. This was also why House Zhao didn't kill him after he got into trouble, but sent him away instead. This elder was sent by the hidden House Zhao to the cultivator's market auction. His name was Elder Mian, and he was slightly weaker than Elder Bai, but he was still an Earth-class late-phase peak. It was just that he'd just broken through. Small Qi gathering pills. Give them to Qibing, we don't need them right now. Elder Zhao waved his hand, deciding what to use for these pills. The only ones in House Zhao who had the strength to use them were Zhao Qibing and Zhao Qikuan, two mystics, and they were the only ones who could quickly break through to Earth class. But Zhao Qikuan, on the other hand, was sent to his death. Why would he waste the pills on him? Moreover, the name of this small Qi gathering pill reminded old Zhao of the Qi gathering pill he had ingested. It was Zhao Qibing's hard work that allowed him to smoothly ascend to Sky class. So if there was a chance to do something for his grandson, Elder Zhao wouldn't let it go. Qi gathering pill was something so valuable, and it was a third-level pill that was hard to find. What was 10 million small Qi gathering pills to him? It was fine if he gave it to Qibing. Chapter 25-28. So even if Qibing was a little weaker, he believed that after some training, he would be able to rise to the top. Plus, the world of practitioners was a world where strength was everything. Even if Qibing was a little arrogant, as long as he was strong enough, who could say anything about it? Just like Lin Yi, how arrogant and cocky was he? But who would dare to do anything to him? And so, Qibing was lucky enough to take 4 small Qi gathering pills consecutively. But it was also his luck that Lin Yi had put out so many of them in this auction. There weren't these in the previous auctions. Although the little Qi gathering pill was also a second-grade pill, the materials used to refine it were more expensive. Although the cost of a single pill wasn't that much higher than other pills, it was important to know that there was a chance of the pill being scrapped. The more scrapped the pill was, the higher the cost of a single pill. Therefore, the little Qi gathering pill was one of the least common pills in every auction. Usually, there would only be 1 or 2, and it would only appear once every 3 years. The hidden house, you weren't idiots. Even the Sky Elixir sect didn't have a high success rate, and there was a chance of failure. Of course, if the elder of the Sky Elixir sect did it himself, he could guarantee success, but where would the elder have the time and energy to make a normal second-level pill? These pills were made by the other elders and disciples of the Sky Elixir sect, so the success rate was naturally low. The cost was too high, and they didn't want to make too many. This way, the hidden house of the right would be able to control the number of small Qi gathering pills. They would only release a few each time, but not a lot, creating a situation where there was demand but no supply. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would break this rule? Lin Yi and Han Jingjing's pill concoction was naturally very cheap. Putting aside the fact that Han Jingjing could concoct 1 pill at a time, the two of them could even concoct a few more pills at the same time. This way, the cost wasn't a problem. Wow, I didn't think that Zhao Qibing, could become an Earth class. Qibing took 4 small Qi gathering pills. After a day and a night of isolation, he finally became an Earth class early phase. Although he still couldn't reach Lin Yi's level, he was already very excited. Coincidentally, He became one of the cultivators with the fastest cultivation speed. Of course, apart from the good timing, the hidden Zhao family had no successor. Qikuan's participation in the Sky Elixir test was already set in stone, and it could be said that he wouldn't be coming back. Naturally, Qibing was the only one left, and he had to be nurtured. Since he had become an Earth-class master, he naturally had the right to learn martial arts, but Uncle Zhu's majestic fist wasn't suitable for him. Uncle Zhu was still injured and couldn't get up from his bed, so he couldn't teach Zhao Qibing. It seemed like he'd have to ask for some martial arts, Qibing thought. He went to his grandfather's room. His broken leg was naturally healed as well. This time, Elder Mian had bought a lot of second-level elixirs. With the circulation pill and meridian opening pill, Zhao Qibing took one and his leg was healed. Old Zhao was practicing when Elder Mian told him that Zhao Qibing was here. He let him in immediately. Since he decided to train Zhao Qibing to be his successor, he didn't hold back anymore, even if Zhao Qibing was a little arrogant. But he was still more daring than the cautious Guangyin. Guangyin may be cautious, but his personality was more than enough to protect himself, not enough to expand. The hidden noble houses now weren't the same as before. The Hidden Noble House Association only existed in name, and all the hidden noble houses were getting restless. They were plotting for greater development, and if they didn't improve now, they'd be eliminated and become a normal noble house. Qibing, you broke through? You're already in Earth class, early phase? Zhao Qibing walked in. Old Zhao was a little surprised. Thank you for the elixir, Grandpa. I didn't disappoint you and broke through to Earth class, early phase. Zhao Qibing didn't hide his Earth class, early phase chi, so old Zhao could see it with one look. Oh, you're the heir I've chosen, and I'm going to train you with everything I have. Old Zhao said, Qibing, is there something you need from me? Yes, Grandpa. I'm an Earth class now. Can I learn martial arts? Zhao Qibing asked. I forgot about that. Old Zhao nodded. But the martial arts that our hidden house practices aren't suitable for you. You have a metal element body, and Elder Bai's majestic fist is a metal element martial art. But this fist skill has a flaw, and Elder Bai says that it doesn't suit you. He thinks that you should practice your feet skills because your legs are longer. That's an advantage. I see. Then what should I practice? Zhao Qibing asked. Wait, I'll help you look. If it doesn't work, I'll call the Hidden House you and see if they have any good martial arts techniques. I'll get one for you, Old Zhao said. Thank you so much, Grandpa, Zhao Qibing said happily. In, you can leave for now. I'll come find you when things are confirmed. Old Zhao waved his hand, signaling for Zhao Qibing to leave. After leaving Old Zhao's house, Zhao Qibing was overwhelmed with emotions. He felt like he had to go out for a walk after leveling up. He was an Earth class early phase now, and he should be invincible in the common world, of course. He didn't dare to look for Lin Yi for revenge. Although he was full of confidence, he didn't explode. What he needed to do was to look for Zhong Pingliang. Although Zhong Pingliang had someone backing him, he couldn't kill him, but beating him up wasn't a problem. Since he left the mountain to train, he could only blame himself if he got beaten up because he wasn't strong enough. He couldn't blame anyone else. Even Zhong Pingliang's master wouldn't say anything. Of course, this was under the premise that he couldn't kill Zhong Pingliang. Zhao Qibing drove his Porsche Cayenne to Donghai Industry University. When he arrived at the school gate, he bumped into Zhong Pingliang and Gao Xiaofu's car. Zhong Pingliang had lost the arena, and he went back to the dorm to pack up. He was ready to go back to the everyday sect with Gao Xiaofu, but he didn't expect to bump into Zhao Qibing's Porsche Cayenne. Chapter 25-29. Lin Yi was so powerful that even he didn't dare marry his daughter to him. Although marrying his daughter to Lin Yi was a good choice, house you didn't even find the ancient ruins. Everything they had now was given to them by that place. And the hidden house you was the representative of that place in the hidden plane. Their words were like an imperial edict to house you. If something happened to Yu Ning, then house you wouldn't be able to pay for it, even if they all died. This was also why the hidden house Yu was worried that something would happen between Yu Ning and Lin Yi. They want to get rid of Lin Yi. And so, in order to punish Zhao Qibing, Xiao Qian took out 2 of the 5 elemental arts he had prepared, one the hardest and the other the easiest. He wanted to make it hard for Zhao Qibing so that he didn't have a choice in the middle. I see. Zhao Qibing didn't suspect anything as he nodded and accepted the 2 arts. These 2 skills, one is hard to train, but it's very strong. The other is easy to train, but it's not that strong. You choose for yourself, Xiao Qian explained. All right, thank you, uncle. Zhao Qibing picked up the simple art and flipped through it. The name of the art was, as the name suggested, able to make one's fist as hard as steel. But in reality, steel was already very strong for normal people, but for practitioners, it wasn't that hard. Zhao Qibing flipped through it a couple of times. This art was easy to learn and activate, but when he saw its power, his face turned bitter. What kind of art was this? The power it unleashed was only equivalent to 2/3 of the power of an ordinary martial skill. Did that mean that this art was much weaker than normal arts? Elder Bai's majestic fist was weaker than normal arts, but it wasn't as weak as this steel fist. It was so weak that Zhao Qibing wouldn't choose this art no matter how stupid he was. Uncle, this technique is no good. It's even weaker than our Wangba fist. It's really... Qibing smiled bitterly. Oh, that's true, but the other skill is very powerful, but you'll have to pay a price for it. Xiao Qian pointed at the other skill. Ah, I see. Qibing opened the other book and flipped through it. The name of this skill was extremely domineering, as if it was a very powerful skill, much more impressive than the Iron Fist from before. As he continued reading the introduction of the 1,000 Legs, Zhao Qibing was overwhelmed with emotions. This was too amazing, too amazing. This 1,000 Legs was simply heaven-defying. The first move of a martial skill was equivalent to 2 times that of a normal martial skill, and as the level increased, each move was equivalent to a normal martial skill plus 1 move. In other words, 1 move was equivalent to 2 moves, 2 moves were equivalent to 3 moves, 3 moves were equivalent to 4 moves, and so on. In this aspect, it was similar to Lin Yi's Frenzy Fire Fist. They were both top-notch skills among martial arts. Of course, Zhao Qibing's was stronger than Lin Yi's in that even a normal person could achieve the same effect. Lin Yi's, on the other hand, required a lot of practice to achieve the same effect, and Faubert evidently hadn't achieved that. Moreover, the more Zhao Qibing read, the more excited he got. This skill was amazing. The second move was equivalent to the third move, and the most important thing was that the second move could activate 2 skills at the same time. This was why the skill was called 1,000 Legs. The first move could activate 1 kick, the second 2 kicks, the third 3 kicks, and so on and so forth. From this point alone, it was similar to Lin Yi's Forest of Woods' 1,000 Changes. Uncle, this skill is amazing. It's exactly what I need, Zhao Qibing said as he held the book in his hands. It's amazing, but elite soldier, you should read the introduction first before you decide if you want to train in it or not, Xiao Qian said with a smile, putting on a concerned look on his face. Oh, is it that hard to learn? Zhao Qibing was prepared for this. It's fine, uncle, as long as this skill is really amazing. I'll be able to learn it no matter how hard it is. Haha, that's great. I knew you were ambitious, Qibing. That's why I'm giving this book to you. Xiao Qian laughed as he patted Qibing's shoulder. Zhao Qibing felt like he was on cloud 9 as he continued flipping through the book, but his face changed the second he read. The prerequisites for cultivating 1,000 Legs were actually written like this. To learn the 1,000 Legs, you must first break your legs. Break your legs 9 times to activate 1 move. What? I have to break my legs? Zhao Qibing was stunned as he looked at the prerequisites. What kind of skill was this? Why did he have to break his legs? Yeah, that's why I said it's very hard, Xiao Qian said with a heavy tone. Only by going through the hardest of hardships can one rise to the top. If you think that this training is too harsh, then you can give up on it. After all, this isn't a path that a normal person can take. You need to break your leg 9 times to activate the first stance, and the second and third are the same. The more times you break your leg, the harder it gets. You can break it yourself at first, but as time goes on, you'll have to find someone stronger to break it for you. This skill is powerful, but it's also very hard to train in. I see. Zhao Qibing hesitated as he remembered something. He was delighted. He'd broken his legs many times already, and although it wasn't enough for 9 times, he'd be able to practice it smoothly with a few more breaks. With that thought, he gritted his teeth. Uncle, I'll practice this skill. I'm someone who can take hardships. Oh. Zhao Qibing's answer surprised Xiaochen. He thought that Zhao Qibing would give up after seeing such a difficult training method, and that the hidden house you would be able to answer to them. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, it was just that Zhao Qibing was too cowardly and didn't dare practice. Chapter 25:30. You've really decided? This isn't a joke. What if you break your leg and there's some side effects? Not only will you not be able to practice your skills, you won't even be able to stand up. Xiaochen wasn't willing to give up as he tried to scare Zhao Qibing. Haha, it's fine. I have experience. This leg, you'll get used to it. Zhao Qibing laughed. All right then, since you're so insistent, I have no reason to reject you. But I've already told you about the consequences. You'll have to explain it to Elder Zhao when you get back, Xiaochen said. No problem. Don't worry, uncle. Even if I break my leg, I won't drag you into it. Zhao Qibing didn't know what Xiaochen was thinking that he was afraid of the responsibility. Xiaochen nodded and didn't say anything else as he sent Zhao Qibing away. Zhao Qibing was in a hurry to go home, but Xiaochen didn't make him stay. Xiaochen looked down on Zhao Qibing from the start, someone who relied on opportunism to get to his position. He didn't have any skills at all, getting a qi-gathering pill to get to where he was. Donghai, the afternoon was quiet. When school ended, Lin Yi, Xinyan, and Han Jingjing walked out of the classroom together and walked to the parking lot. Xinyan's complexion was still good, but she was a little drowsy. She'd been drinking Lin Yi's medicine in the morning and afternoon, and it felt good. Xiaolong saw Xinyan and Lin Yi together, but he didn't have any temper. All he could do was crouch in the corner and curse Lin Yi. He couldn't do anything else. Pin Liang, a disciple of an ancient sect, was beaten up by Lin Yi. Xiaolong's heart started to waver for the first time. Even if his brother Kong Mingming became an elder of the Sky Elixir sect, would he be able to deal with Lin Yi? Xiaolong wouldn't be a match for Lin Yi if he were to fight Lin Yi himself. Xiaolong had learned quite a bit from following Tiger Right, and while there were levels to refiners, they couldn't be used in battle. Their combat index was too low. Even if Kong Mingming was a Sky-class refiner, he might not be a match for Lin Yi. Plus, even the hidden Sky class of House Yu wasn't a match for Lin Yi. Unless Kong Mingming brought a group of Sky Elixir Masters to deal with Lin Yi, there was no chance at all. Xiaolong felt depressed at the thought. His self-confidence had also gone from swelling to exploding at the beginning to a little disappointment now. Humans are like this. The moment they find out about something good, they will immediately rejoice. They were the most confident, thinking that they could do anything they wanted. But as time went on, after a few days, everyone calmed down and started to worry. Xiaolong was in this state. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't care what Xiaolong was thinking, as long as he didn't cause trouble for him. Lin Yi didn't bother with him. At night, Wang Xinyan slept in Lin Yi's room, as usual. She even took a shower today. It was just that when she showered, she did it behind Lin Yi's back. Although she tacitly agreed to some things, she still stuck to her bottom line when it came to matters of principle. After Chun she returned home safely, Mother Chun decided to move. Her family's conditions were much better now. She was taken care of by Fatty Lai and entered the Miracle Doctor Guan Medical Company's Songshan branch as a warehouse keeper. This was a position that didn't require any professional skills. It wasn't tiring, and the salary was high. Usually, only people with connections to the boss could take up this position. Although he often had to work the night shift, he had a day off after working. Most of the time, he would sit in the office with his colleagues and read the newspaper to kill time. Only when the company's salespeople came to pick up the goods would he do these things, so it was easy and not tiring at all. All of this, Mother Chun was very grateful to Lin Yi, and she often told Chun-Shi about it. She had to repay his kindness, and he told her to study hard to repay him. Naturally, Chun-Shi knew this, but she wanted to repay him in a different way. If Mother Chun knew about this, she'd definitely scold her for not learning good things at such a young age. But there was no helping it. After spending so much time with Ziyu, Chun-Shi's pure heart couldn't help but be affected. Zhao Guangyin's brief appearance made Mrs. Chun give up as well. She saw through Zhao Guangyin's ugly facade. It was clearly a scam to lure Lin Yi to his death. Mrs. Chun gave up on Zhao Guangyin completely and moved out with Chun-Shi resolutely. Ziyu's place wasn't too bad, it wasn't too high class, but it wasn't too low class either. The old couple and their child were going abroad, and the two houses were for rent. Mother Chun rented one, and Grandpa Zhu rented the other. Actually, Mother Chun was a bit unnecessary. Putting aside the fact that Zhao Guangyin would never appear in front of Mother Chun again, with Zhao Guangyin's personality, he'd be done with her after using her. Wouldn't he just wait for Xiao Jin to go crazy if he tried to interact with her again? Moreover, with Boss Zhu here, wouldn't it be the same no matter where they moved to? But after moving here, Chun-Shi moved into Ziyu's house. Her reason was very good. The two of them could help each other learn. Because Mother Chun had to work the night shift sometimes, she didn't have time to take care of Chun-Shi. Naturally, she didn't object to Chun-Shi's decision. And so, Chun-Shi's pure little brain was once again tainted by Ziyu. You're first in the exam this time. Aren't you going to report to Lenny, bro? Ziyu said as she laid on the bed, drinking milk. She kicked Chun-Shi, who was reading a book. I'll call Lenny, bro. Is that okay? Chun-Shi was a bit hesitant, but with Ziyu's words, she wanted to do that. What's wrong with that? Ziyu said nonchalantly. It's not that I want to criticize you, but Lenny bro has so many pretty girls around him. If you don't take the initiative, when will you get a chance? Haven't you heard of this saying? If you don't want to cry in a BMW in the future, you'll have to work harder now. If you don't work hard in a BMW in the future, you'll have to work harder? I don't have a BMW in the future, do I? Chun-Shi was confused by Ziyu's words. I don't have a BMW, do I? Chun-Shi was confused by Ziyu's words. Chapter 25:31. Chun-Shi was speechless. Ziyu's theory was too strong, but she was starting to panic. Ziyu's words were all over the place, but the logic was there, wasn't it? She asked weakly, should I make a call? Yes, go ahead. Ziyu tossed the empty milk box into the trash can and touched her chest, troubled. Why are my breasts growing after drinking so much milk? Chun-Shi blushed at Ziyu's words. Ziyu sis, what are you talking about? Man, I say you need to drink milk too. Lenny bro likes girls, Ziyu said. Look at that shoe sis beside him. How big are her breasts? Chun-Shi paused and looked down at her chest. She picked up a box of milk and looked at it before putting it down again. Just when Ziyu was about to nag her again, Chun-Shi picked up a box of papaya yogurt. I didn't know. You're the type of person who's always been quiet, but you're suddenly enlightened? Ziyu said, surprised. No, I like yogurt more. Chun-Shi's face was burning, not daring to admit it. Oh, then you drink that strawberry yogurt. Ziyu pointed at the strawberry yogurt not far away. Ugh, Chun-Shi's face turned even redder. Haha, I'll stop teasing you. Call in Ebro now. Ziyu said. Oh, Chun-Shi sighed in relief as she dialed Lin Yi's number. Lin Yi was in the kitchen making medicine for Xinyan when the phone rang. He didn't even look at it, picking it up. Hello, Lin bro. I'm Shi. Chun-Shi was a little nervous. Oh, it's Shi. I've been busy lately and didn't have time to pay attention to you and Ziyu's studies. How are you? Can you get used to the high school curriculum? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yi hadn't gone to middle school, but he'd heard Ming Yao talk about it from time to time. The curriculum of middle school and high school were different. The difficulty of high school suddenly increased, and some students would not be able to adapt for a period of time. And N says Ziyu and I are both fine. Chun, she didn't know what to say to Lin Yi when Lin Yi took the initiative to talk about her studies. Chun, she was very happy and went along with Lin Yi's words. I got first place in my cohort this time, and Ziyu sis is really good too. He's fifth in the cohort. Oh, so powerful? Lin Yi was surprised that Chun, she got first place. To be honest, Lin Yi wasn't that surprised. After all, Chun, she was a good student, but Ziyu was fifth in the whole year. She was quite shocked. You didn't copy it, did you? Chun, she paused, stuttering after a while. I'm first. Copy. Who did you copy? No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Ziyu, Lin Yi said. Linny bro, am I that bad? Can't I study well? Ziyu had been eavesdropping on the side and suddenly heard Lin Yi doubting her results. She wasn't happy. Why don't you trust me? Ugh, I'm just saying. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. How about this? I'll go to Songshan and treat you guys to a meal when I'm free. Keep it up. And Chun, she heard that Lin Yi was coming. She was very happy. Then I'll hang up first, Lin bro. All right, bye. Lin Yi hung up. Chun, she held the phone, her face red. She breathed out in relief. She was so nervous. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you say anything? You hung up just like that? Really? Ziyu said angrily. Then what's there to say? Didn't we already say it? Chun, she asked carefully. Say what? Just say it. You really don't know how to treasure opportunities. Ziyu said helplessly. Then I'll call back? Chun, she didn't know what to do. Call back. What did you say? Ziyu was amused. I don't know. Chun, she didn't know what to say. Forget it. Next time I say something, you learn it. If I don't help you, you'll cry for the rest of your life. Ziyu said, Okay, thanks Ziyu sis. Chun, she nodded seriously and said gratefully. Ziyu stood up. I'm going to shower and sleep. After hanging up, Lin Yi wasn't feeling very calm. Hearing Ziyu's voice, Lin Yi felt like there was a rock pressing down on his heart, reminding him of Armadillo. Picking up the phone, Lin Yi called Doffing Bro. How is it going? Did he have complete control over Red Conk's forces in the country? Could he find out about Red Conk's stronghold overseas? Could he find out about Armadillo? Mr. Lin. The phone rang 4 or 5 times before it was picked up. Doffing Bro's respectful voice came through. Doffing, how's it going? You become the big boss, right? Lin Yi asked faintly. Thanks to Mr. Lin, I became the leader of the Red Conk country's stronghold. At this point, Big Brother Feng's voice paused for a moment before he smiled bitterly. However, there's a problem. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Yi asked. I've already paved the way for you, and you still can't handle it? Mr. Lin, there's nothing I can do. Maybe HQ doesn't trust me to have full authority. So while they didn't promote the second and third bosses, they sent a strategist over from HQ. He's called a strategist, but he has the same amount of authority as me. I have to discuss everything with him, and he's from HQ, so his words are more important than mine. Doffing Bro said helplessly. He's the one making most of the decisions in Red Conk right now, and I can't even interfere. Oh, is that so? Lin Yi frowned. It seemed like he thought things were a little too simple. He'd thought that Doffing Bro would be able to take over after killing the leaders of the Red Conches, but he didn't think that the headquarters would send a parachute. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was understandable. In the past, the Red Conch stronghold was controlled by 3 heads. Now, only Big Brother Defone was left, whether it was out of trust or to check and balance Big Brother Defeng's power. It was normal for the headquarters to send another person. Chapter 2532. If that's the case, then endure it for a while and see if there's a chance to get rid of him, Lin Yi said after a sigh. Boss, I can't get him to my side. He's the strategist from HQ, and it's a waste of his talent to come here. He's so arrogant and doesn't treat me as the boss at all, making all the decisions. Doffing Bro said bitterly, and he's a sky class. How am I supposed to get rid of him? Normal people can't get rid of him. Lin Yi was startled. He didn't expect this strategist to be this strong, being a sky class. This was out of Lin Yi's expectations. Lin Yi thought about it, and said, "All right then, endure it and preserve your strength. Just don't let him get rid of you. I'll think of something." "Okay, boss, I'll be careful," Doffing Bro said quickly. He hung up and shook his head. It seemed like things weren't going as smoothly as he had imagined. Doffing Bro didn't have any power in Red Conch, and in fact, he wasn't even as good as the boss of the bar. He was the boss in name, but his power was all taken away by the strategist. But it was no wonder that this strategist was sent by HQ, and he was a strategist in HQ, and he was a sky class as well. Why would he care about an earth class like Doffing Bro? It seemed like he had to think about the pangolin carefully. If he really couldn't do it, then Lin would have to find a chance to get rid of the strategist. He wondered how strong he was at sky class. But no matter what, as long as he was at sky class, he wouldn't be too weak. If he was at sky class, then unless Lin ambushed him or used a chi bomb, Lin didn't have much confidence in winning. So Lin wasn't in a rush. He had to find the pangolin, but he had to plan before he acted. He'd be an idiot if he acted rashly. Ziyu would blame Lin for taking the risk, even if she knew the truth. Xinyan had just finished her shower when Lin was done brewing the medicine. Her body had the faint scent of a young girl in her body wash, and Lin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lin couldn't get enough of this scent. Every time he inhaled it, he felt energized. If it weren't for the fact that Lin knew that this scent was good for training, he wouldn't have been able to get enough of it. He almost thought it was a drug. Xinyan was wiping the water droplets off her hair when she realized that Lin was standing beside her, sniffing at her scent. What are you doing?" I'll get you the medicine," Lin said awkwardly. "We'll talk about it when we get in the room. It's not good to do it here." Xinyan lowered her voice as she glanced at Meng Yao and Yushu, who were watching TV not too far away. "Haha, all right." Lin handed the bowl to Xinyan. Xinyan felt a little sleepy after drinking the medicine. Lin Yi's medicine had a hypnotic effect as well, so Lin didn't think too much of it. After Xinyan went to sleep, Lin said goodbye to Meng Yao and Yushu before entering the room as well. At first, Lin wanted to study the mystical steel rod, but now it seemed that training was more important. Lin wasn't sky class yet, so there was no point in studying weapons. Even if the mystical steel rod could break through a practitioner's chi protection, it was only effective against low-level practitioners. It could be used against people like Tiger Wright and Zhao Qibing who didn't have much battle experience. But against those experienced practitioners, Lin wouldn't be able to use it. Wouldn't they try to dodge or snatch it if they saw that it could break the chi barrier? So this thing wasn't very useful to Lin at the moment. Lin couldn't use it at all against practitioners below sky class. And if Lin used it to fight against practitioners above sky class, it would be asking for a beating. They could send Lin flying with just a weapon infused with chi. There was no use for it all. Lin got onto the bed and hugged Xinyan gently. He activated the second stage of the art of dragon mastery, preparing for a new night in pain and happiness. The pain was because he couldn't touch the beautiful girl in his arms, and the happiness was because his strength was improving rapidly. That place. The Xinshan ancestor looked at Tagon Long on the sickbed, his heart filled with anger. Even the Xuanjin ancestor couldn't do anything about it. Tagon Long's injuries were too serious, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his life was hanging by a thread. He didn't know who was so vicious as to turn the chess piece of his important plan into such a state. Even if other than Tagon Long, that place had also prepared a hidden one. This had been planned for decades after all, and failure was absolutely not allowed. But even so, the crippling of the Mingzi had an impact on the plan that couldn't be ignored. Although there was a hidden one, the hidden one had a huge flaw. Not to mention his physique, there was a huge flaw in his cooperation with other inheritors. That was why the Xinshan ancestor was so angry. Second brother, is there really no way to save Tagon Long? The Xinshan ancestor asked unwillingly. There's no way. The Xuanjin ancestor shook his head. At least there's no way for now. I'm also looking through some ancient books, but in general, there's still hope. Sigh. The Xinshan ancestor sighed. That day is getting closer and closer. If Tagon Long can't wake up before then Then we can only use the hidden one. Third brother, you don't have to worry too much. I'll work hard. The Xuanjin ancestor said, if big brother. The Xianxin ancestor's expression suddenly changed, and he became a little embarrassed. All right, third brother, I don't blame you. The accident back then was just an accident. You don't have to blame yourself. Although Big Brother hasn't contacted us all these years, he hasn't forgotten the ancestral teachings that Master left behind. He's also preparing for our sect to return to that level. The Xuanjin ancestors said, Big Brother is also working hard to find a wood element inheritor. I'm fine. The Xianxin ancestor smiled a little unnaturally. It's okay. If it really doesn't work, then we'll use the hidden one. I hope this time, the hidden one won't let us down. The hidden one is still fine. It shouldn't let us down, the Xuanjin ancestor said. As the two of them were talking, a disciple outside the door shouted, Master, Martial Uncle, I have something to report. Little one, come in, the Xuanjin ancestor said when he heard the voice outside. Yes, Martial Uncle. The person who walked in was the Xianxin ancestor's eldest disciple. Chapter 25:33. Master, your disciple was about to report this. Little one said, according to your arrangements, I've done my investigation. The everyday sex disciple Zhang Naipeo was heavily injured in the Ice Palace's test, and he's been in isolation on a mountain for a while now. He hasn't left the mountain at all, nor has he been to the Wulong Haut Mountains. Yes, I've known about this. When the everyday sect denied it, I knew that it wasn't him. The Xianxin elder waved his hand, indicating for little one to continue. The everyday sect was also a sect that had retreated from that level and had a long history. In terms of overall strength, they weren't afraid of that place, so if they said they didn't have it, then that meant that they didn't. But Zhang Naipeo hasn't been in the sect for long, and his name is only known in his sect. Other ancient sects, other than the Ice Palace, don't know about this person. Little one said, if the person who injured Tagon Long said Zhang Naipeo's name, then it could be a hidden house, the Ice Palace, or an enemy of Naipeo in the common world. It shouldn't be anyone else. Ice Palace? Impossible. The Xianxin elder waved his hand and said faintly, the Ice Palace is of the same lineage as us, and they know a thing or two about our future plans. It's not very detailed, but at least they wouldn't go against us. Little one nodded quickly. Yes, then, Master, what should we do now? Go investigate two things right now. One, who did Zhang Naipeo offend in the Ice Palace test? And how did he get this injury? Secondly, we need to find out where Naipeo's hometown. After that, we'll see if we can find the two murderers. The Xianxin elder ordered, especially that girl who took the treasure. See if she's from Naipeo's hometown. Yes, Master. Xiaoyi nodded quickly after listening. Okay, go. The Xianxin elder waved his hand and let little one leave. Lin didn't mean to frame him back then. He didn't think too much about it. He didn't expect Patriarch Black Earth's intelligence to be so high. He thought of many things based on this clue and quickly investigated him. Early the next morning, Lin carefully put down the sleeping Wang Xinyan and walked to the kitchen. Xinyan didn't wake up today. She didn't sleep too early before. Plus, it was only 5 in the morning. It made sense that Xinyan wasn't awake yet. Meng Yao and Yushu came downstairs after they finished preparing breakfast. Xinyan was the last to wake up, yawning as she walked out of the room. Wow, Shield bro, why is Sister Xinyan so sleepy? Didn't you guys sleep early? What did he do in the middle of the night? Yushu asked, surprised. Xinyan's face reddened. She knew what Shu meant. However, she really didn't get up to do anything. She was really sleepy. However, Xinyan knew that explaining was just covering up. The more you tried to explain, the more it showed that you were guilty. She blushed, but didn't say anything. I did it all right, Lin Yi said with a smile. Lin Yi said that to break the awkward atmosphere. Oh, you really did it? Yushu's eyes widened. Shield bro, hurry up and tell Shu, what did it feel like? Bang! Meng Yao smashed the fresh milk bottle on Yushu's head. causing her to fall to the ground and cry out, "I'm just teasing you, you're serious? If you really think that, just do it with Lin E and you'll know." "Ugh, Yushu cried, holding her head as she got up from the ground. "There's a bump on my head. Yao Yao is too cruel. Hurry up and eat." Ming Yao took a deep breath. Although she had accepted Xin Yan and the fact that Lin Yi was looking for a big wife, she was still a little angry when she heard that Lin Yi and Xin Yan did it. Although she knew that Lin Yi was probably joking, she couldn't help but get angry. However, he couldn't help but get angry, so Shu became his punching bag. Poor, unlucky Shu. "Oh, Yao Yao's on her period these days." Yushu covered her head and whispered to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a little puzzled. Why was the miss so angry so early in the morning? Xin Yan paused, believing Yushu's words. She sympathized with her, getting a bump on her head early in the morning. Han Jingjing and Han Xiaoqiao came, and no one brought up the topic again. They ate breakfast together and drove to school. Zhao Qibing returned to the hidden house, Zhao, overnight, and went to visit old Zhao. Although old Zhao was a practitioner, he was old, and the qi in the outside world wasn't as abundant as in Lin Yi's jade space. He needed to sleep at night, but he still went to see Zhao Qibing after knowing that he was back. "Grandpa, I'm back." After Zhao Qibing entered the room, he respectfully took out the technique he got from House Yu and presented it to Elder Zhao. "This is the technique I got from the hidden House Yu." "And not bad." Old Zhao nodded in satisfaction. He was pleased that Zhao Qibing took out the technique as soon as he came back. He said to Elder Mian, "Elder Mian, go make a copy and put it in our hidden house Zhao's library." "Yes, old master." Elder Mian took the manual from Zhao Qibing and went to the back room to copy it down. "How was it? You didn't cause any trouble at the hidden house, you, did you?" Old Zhao asked. "There wasn't much trouble. The process was smooth. My uncle gave me 2 manuals, one easy and one difficult," Qibing said honestly. "That's right. It's not that troublesome." "Oh, then did you get the easy one or the hard one?" Old Zhao raised a brow. "I got the hard one, and although it takes a lot of effort to practice it, it's quite powerful after mastering it." Zhao Qibing said, "Because I know one thing, and that is only by going through the hardest of hardships can one rise to the top." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.